Good evening, guys. Welcome to another Saturday evening stream. And today I have creative redundancy as my co-host.
Hello, everyone. There's in the house. Shadow here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Exactly.
Or evening.
Yeah, it's evening here. 8 p.m. to be exact.
So, grab your snack, grab your drink of choice.
Yeah.
And join us, right? Or join us, right? And if you feel like it, you can cash some of that like and give Shadow here some thumbs ups here.
Yeah, we like the thumbs up, actually. That helps the channel a lot.
So to speak, yes.
And Huga, welcome to the stream, my friend. Good to see you.
Hi, Stevie. Nice to see you, my friend. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. And I hope everyone's week has been good.
Yep.
That's awesome. Good to hear. Mine has been a little bit of a slippery week, actually.
Yeah, I hear you on that one.
Yeah, it has been really difficult to drive this week.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with a company car. That is not that good at when it's winter time. It sucks, really.
Mm.
I wish I had a 4-wheel drive. That would be awesome. So, I think we wait a couple of minutes until the more people drops in.
Yeah, right. We'll I'm trying to make it funny and they segue into it, but yeah, let's just wait for some people. I guess it's hopefully everyone's doing well.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we're already 2 weeks into the month, 2 weeks into the year already.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're almost done. Like what, 3 or so 4% of the year already. It's coming up to something. So, right, time's going by. Time's going by. All right. So.
Yeah, the time is flying.
Yeah.
And soon this year will be over too. Before we know it. Naveen Pamar, Norway. Good to see you.
Hello. Welcome.
You're very welcome, my friend, and it's good to see you. How are you doing, Naveen? I hope everything is okay with you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Daybuttle Frog. Uncle Al, good to see you.
Hey, Uncle Al. Nice to see you. I see you're back online. I know Uncle Al posted a few things. He's been having some technical issues.
Yeah, I had some issues.
So, looks like he managed to get on. So,
yeah, it's always nice to see Uncle Al on board.
Yeah.
He's an awesome.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yeah, because I know there's still stuff going on in California and such on the West Coast right now. So.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, because I actually know people like in the real world that I've met and stuff like I forgot where she was. I don't think it's San Diego, but I'm trying to remember exactly. But yeah, so I know a few people out there.
Yeah. And today's topic is not as usual, but the cashless society. That is an interesting thing, don't you think?
Well, if you think about it's been in progress for a long time. Because I was kind of thinking about this. I'm like, how, like cryptocurrency is a thing nowadays, right? But in the past, there was um, gift cards, for example, right? That's cashless,
Yeah,
so to speak, right? Then you have debit cards and then credit cards, right? Credit cards and debit cards have existed for quite a while too, right? Even before the turn of the millennium, there were still credit cards, right?
yeah. Teresa Santiago, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. How are you doing?
Hello, hello.
Anyway, when I set up the stream, I actually find some articles actually on English on this specific topic. So and I put those article links to these articles in the description box, so it's easy to find.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I find a couple of, I believe it's 4 different pages, uh, and we take them in order. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, um, so now I was almost. I'm confused today. I'm almost put the wrong button. I almost put the
Don't end the
invite.
stream. Don't end the stream. Right.
No, that would be that would be a terrible mess, actually.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you, Teresa, for the thumbs up, my friend.
yeah, yeah.
Let's
Cool,
see
cool.
here. Share screen. That was the button I wanted. Um, let's see with which order. Ah, there we have. We can begin with this one. Um, a cashless society. In Sweden, technology is close to making cash a thing of the past. All aboard with the cashless society. Um, our country, my country, has been at the forefront of banking innovation for a long time. The country's first automatic cash machine was inaugurated in July 1967, only a week after the world's very first one was opened in London. And development and simplification of payments has evolved greatly ever since. Now, Sweden is leading the way towards the cashless society. And what we have here, mobile payments and Swish. You can tell that something has become part of the culture when it enters the day-to-day language. The verb swisha, to swish, is perfect is the perfect example. It refers to using Swish and an app for instant payments. A smartphone with a number is all you need to make a transfer in a matter of seconds. Many cafes, shops, and supermarkets in Sweden have started to display QR codes that customers can scan to pay directly by using their phones. The Swish app, together with many other large and smaller scale innovations, contribute to Sweden's reputation as an ever more cashless society. Another growing trend among Swedes is to use a digital wallet or credit card for payments via a smartphone instead of physical money cards. Then we have the other thing, mobile bank ID. Today, a big part of integrating into Swedish society involves using a bank ID. It's a mobile app that allows anyone with a Swedish personal identification number and bank account to access all digital public services, use online banking, and even sign contracts. The simplicity of using one 6-digit code nowadays, you can also go via fingerprint or face identification to access digital services via bank ID saves people from having to remember a large number of codes and passwords. And then we have the next thing, living a cashless life. Cashless payments very much go hand in hand with the Swedish lifestyle. Swiss popularity can partially be attributed to Swedes' fondness for splitting the bill in bars and restaurants. Often one person pays and the rest swish their share. According to Ella Johansson, professor in ethnology at Uppsala University, this has much to do with the relation between friendships and resources. Swedes see exchange of money and debt as a threat to friendship. In other cultures, like Italy, for example, people would fight over being the one to pay the bill for the sake of keeping up the friendly relations. Fintech helps drive the cashless transformation. The move towards a cashless society is also driven by fintech or financial technology. Many internationally renowned fintech companies were founded in Sweden. One example is Klarna, a payment system startup founded in 2005 that claims to have around 150 million customers globally. Another is Settle, previously iSettle, which makes a small cheap card payment terminals. The terminal allows a retailer to take payments by connecting it to a dedicated app on a smartphone or tablet. The third example is Trustly, a company that develops cardless payment solutions. Its platform offers digital account-to-account payments, which means that people can pay their online shopping straight from the bank account. Handy payments literary. To some people, the cashless experience is more than a skin deep. They've got a microchip implanted in their hand, which can store different kinds of data from ID to door opening and blips, train tickets, and even bank cards. This makes it possible to pay by simply waving the hand. Though this might sound like science fiction, but to date, more than 4,000 Swedes have inserted this handy biohacking commodity into their lifestyle. It saves them from carrying bank cards, ID, membership cards, and keys around. More and more Swedes are going cashless. From 2010 to 2020, the proportion of Swedes using cash fell from 39 to 9%. According to the most recent statistics from Sweden's central bank, the Riksbank, the use of the cash in Sweden is mostly limited to making small payments and by the elderly. In shops and cafes, it is much more common to find the sign card only or cash free than cash only, as in many other countries. Online shopping is also very popular, with many Swedish retailers gaining a good share of their margins via web shops. According to Eurostat, 87% of the Swedish population made purchases online in 2021, putting the country among the top in Europe. To meet the changing needs of an increasingly cashless society, the Riksbank is piloting a digital currency, the e-krona, a so-called central bank digital currency, or CBDC. One aim of this pilot project is to protect the Swedish krona against the rise of decentralized cryptocurrencies. Risks and challenges. Before we get into that, I need to go back and see if there's popped up any more people.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people. a shift kicker.
Yeah, hey,
Everyone,
Shift Kicker, good to see you, brother. And
everyone saying
Big
hi.
Movie Fan
Hello.
18 Plus, good to see you.
Right. I know Uncle Al was bringing up a point, which I will obviously get into
Yeah,
too.
I both Uncle L. I agree.
I mean, in my
And I have,
opinion on this.
yeah, I have I have 3 web sites uh, to show you guys. So,
Hmm. I
yeah,
mean, can I just mention
uh,
something real quick here?
yeah,
I was gonna say, like here in Canada, we don't even have a real penny anymore, right? We have virtual pennies now. We got rid of the penny. It's been like
okay.
what, 5 years, give or take, right? Or however long. So we have virtual pennies. We don't have real penny anymore here in the country. So everything's rounded
Yeah.
up to like nickels, right? The nearest whole 5 or 10.
Risks and challenges. Not everyone is enthusiastic about the cashless society, though. There's Stefan, a 73-year-old man who says that he still likes to make cash payments, especially when I go to the Systembolaget, the state monopoly shop that sells alcohol. I never
Mhm.
pay by card there because I don't want the bank to know how much I spend on wine. Young Italian lawyer Sylvia has lived in Sweden for 2 years and she thinks that electronic payments are a really good way to prevent money laundering, corruption, and other criminal activities. But when it comes to implementing microchips, she expresses concern. I would never
Mhm.
have one implanted. Think of all the personal data produced, that what would happen if it fell in the wrong hands. A more
Mhm.
common problem is the increasing divide between tech savvy young people who adapt to changing payment methods easily and the elderly, many of whom still prefer using cash. Just look at the bus tickets. People are often expected to buy tickets via an app connected to Swish or a bank card. This makes it very handy for those accustomed to using smartphones, but for those who have an old school phone or no phone at all, this is a real barrier. The future of banking looks very high tech and focused on artificial intelligence. Apart from the above mentioned fintech companies like Tink and Rocker, previously Bink, are also booming and more startups on the horizon. Banking apps and Swish are also continuously evolving, with upgrades such as simplified and integrated services transitioning towards a cashless society. Who knows,
Mhm.
maybe one day everyone will be making payments with their implanted microchips. Whatever the future of banking has in store, Sweden is likely to remain the forefront of future payment innovations. So,
Can I uh, can I add a few things in?
yeah, please do.
Yeah, just for everyone, as an FYI, I can't stay in the stream overly long today, so that's why I'm trying to like say a few things in the beginning so I can get my point across right away.
Yeah,
You know, there's always gonna be pros and cons to anything, right? I mean, like cash is a physical thing, which also means that it can get stolen right off of you, right? Like a purse or something like that, right? It's stealing a card, you can cancel the card so much faster than probably someone can use it per se. However, with that said, a card, for example, can be hacked or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like and stuff like that. So there's that trade off, and like what Uncle Al said about, no power, the grid's down or whatever, or the network's down. You don't get that convenience anymore, right? Like what happened last year here in Canada, right? One of the networks went down, right? And some people weren't able to withdraw couldn't use their debit card or credit card or anything like that. That per se, quote unquote, cashless stuff, right? So I just want to bring that up,
yeah, it's a good point.
right?
And
I really, in my opinion, we should just keep both. We should just have both. Like considering a lot of things, it's just like in the fuel thing that we talked about before. I'm more of a hybrid model type of person because
Yeah,
at least then you still have options, right? Like, yeah, I like the conveniences. I think anyone can like enjoy the conveniences, right? Tap or
yeah,
whatever, right? There's conveniences, right? Especially if you ever got robbed or anything like that, and they took your wallet, well, you cancel your card so fast, right? Inconvenience in terms of like you gotta get new cards or whatever, but they didn't steal your cash per se, right?
yeah.
So there's
Uh,
conveniences like that, but then when the grid's down, there's no power, and you don't have cash, you don't have access, you don't have currency at
yeah,
all, right? Because you don't
uh,
have a physical thing anymore.
yeah.
So
This website is our Swedish Riksbank, um, and they have this is the first article, and you to read it you have to click there. So and it says
well,
the payment market is being digitalized. Why are people in Sweden no longer using cash? Apart from Sweden, it is only in Norway that the amount of cash in circulation has fallen over the last 10 years. For Sweden, this may be due to measures making cash less attractive being introduced at about the same time as Swish was emerging as a convenient alternative to cash. Cash.
mhm,
Well, we have the full article here. Uh, Cash is disappearing faster in Sweden than in other countries. Uh, Countries with the lowest percentage increase of cash in circulation between 2009 and 2019. Um, and we are here, so
yeah.
um, that's 43%. Norway is 23%, and Denmark 16, Japan, I believe it is,
Mhm.
38%,
Okay.
Great Britain 47%, Australia 63%, New
Does it
Zealand
say? Does it
66,
say for
yeah,
Canada? Does it say for Canada?
Czech 66, Canada 68%,
Okay.
and China, I believe it is 69%. The countries in the diagram consists of sample of 219 countries. Download the data from the diagram by clicking on the arrow on the right. Yeah, if you're interested, you can do that. Um,
Can I
more
add
and
a
more
few
people.
things? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
please.
Keep going.
What do you want to
Well,
add?
I just want to add, and we'll welcome Hendo and Bob. They're inside chat right now. Hello, both of you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us today. Like always, you guys are awesome. Anyways, I was gonna say, I think one of the
Hey, Bob.
reasons is
Good to see you.
it's to cut cost and
And
energy use, right? Because remember, cash currency, let's just say actual physical currency, which includes cash and coins, right? Because there's still
yeah,
coins, right? Nickels, quartz, whatever here in Canada, right? Since it's a physical thing, it needs to be transported in armored vehicles, right? Armored vehicles, it has to be counted. Coins have weight to them, right, and stuff like that. And if the bill or whatever is too badly damaged, well, it has to be properly destroyed, officially,
yeah,
and put out in circulation and stuff like that. And the printing, right? Printing of money, right? I mean that costs resources, uh, time, and energy. Well, and money to print money. Yeah, right. Because you got to pay people. You got to pay that armored vehicle driver to do
yeah.
this.
The
It's a
security
job, right? Yeah,
personnel.
the job, right? The bank person to actually like put all the money in here, put the coin counters and all that stuff, right? So you know, being electronically transferred or anything like that, you kind of cut all that out, right? But coming back to all that stuff is electronic, which means without the network, without the grid, without the power to do all of that stuff or to use it, you don't got it. Or you can't use it, or you can't move it then, right? So again, it's the trade-off, right? So
Yeah,
I rather just have. Can we just keep both? I rather just
yeah,
have both, right? So that's my opinion.
yeah. More and more people in Sweden are abandoning cash, and the volume of cash in circulation has fallen heavily over the last 10 years compared with other countries. Developments in Sweden stick out. Apart from Norway, where the decrease in the volume of cash in circulation is half as large as in Sweden, the volume of cash has increased in all other countries. Why has cash decreased so much in Sweden? The development in Sweden cannot be explained by traditional causes. Usually, the volume of cash increases with higher GDP. In countries with high interest rates and young populations, usually have relatively smaller cash volumes. Over the last 10 years, Sweden's GDP has grown while the level of interest rates has fallen. At the same time, the age composition of the population has remained largely unchanged. So, if anything, this should mean rising cash volumes. Um, and it mentions also about measures and against tax evasion, and the banknote and coin changeover may have contributed. Uh, I have no idea what that means,
Mhm.
but I don't think that is so important. And, Swedish payments are secure and efficient. Overall, payments in Sweden are secure, but the number of counterfeit banknotes has increased in
Oh yeah,
2020.
yeah, yeah.
Digitalization has led to payments becoming more convenient and less costly. But this development is problematic for some groups in society. In addition, vulnerability increases when many people are dependent on the same card suppliers.
Okay.
I agree
Can,
about that, actually. Um, particularly when few people have cash in their wallets. International payments can still be expensive and take time. Um,
can I add a few things in once again?
yeah.
First of all, we got to welcome in Haven Farm. How's it going? Virtual fist bump to you.
Hey, Thorhaven, good to see you, brother. Long
You
time
know,
no see.
in terms of quote unquote money laundering, right? I mean, like stuff like that has existed in the past, right? Like for example, there's the reasons why there's ridges on like quarters and stuff like that is because people used to file little pieces off and trying to melt it down and all that stuff, right? So stuff has existed before, right? If it
Yeah,
goes digital, then it's just gonna go into hacking, right? Instead of like physically money laundering, it'll be hacking or like kind of like digital theft, or you know what I mean,
yeah,
like
yeah.
digitally increasing the amount and stuff like that. So
Um,
it
and
would go to that.
Frog says, real great. If you get mugged, no cash, get stumped. Yeah,
Well, hopefully you would avoid that, right? Hopefully you avoid that. Maybe just keep a 5 in your in your wallet, right? Maybe just keep a 5, right? So
yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
in terms of like the money, right? Like look how, like for example, I'm using this example here in Canada, and I know for even you can agree to this or attest to this, right? We used to have paper money, now we have plastic money, right? It's because they had to up the anti counterfeiting measures, right? You know what I mean? Like, because it's a thing, right? You know what I mean? Like copying bills or whatever, right? That's why they had all that stuff incorporated into the bills, right? To prevent what's that word I'm looking for? To prevent counterfeiting, right? the shiny little 20 on the corner and stuff like that in the past to like now it's these little things, right? It's because to prevent counterfeiting, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that, and yeah.
Easier with cashless, digital money laundering. Yeah.
Yeah, something along the lines of that, right? It would just go towards that.
Money and the institutions handling payments must be secure. Several things are needed for payments to be secure. Firstly, money must maintain its value over time. Secondly, the institutions that handle our money and payments must be secure. Thirdly, the financial infrastructure, which is to say the technical systems used to mediate payments, must be secure. The Riksbank's inflation target ensures that the Swedish krona keeps its value over time. The Swedish Financial Supervisory Authority, the Riksbank and other authorities work to ensure that the credit institutions, including banks and the infrastructure that handles our money and payments, are secure. The deposit guarantee means that private individuals with money in institutions covered by the deposit guarantee receive compensation from the state up to 950,000 per person and institution. If the institution enters bankruptcy or if the Swedish Financial Supervisory Authority decides that the deposit guarantee is to be applied.
Mhm.
Few disruptions in important systems. The Riksbank's central settlement system for large-scale payments, RIX, and the clearinghouse Bankgirot are as central hubs in the Swedish payment system. Disruptions and interruptions in either of these systems therefore affect the entire payment system and can result in one or more payment systems ceasing to function. In recent years, the disruptions.
Hey,
Hey, McBean, good to see you.
Hello.
hey,
How's it going,
I'm
man?
doing good.
doing really well. I'll try to go up to the front of the store. I get away from the background noise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As usual,
Uh,
I'm out having a few cocktails.
yeah.
All day IPA,
Yeah.
which is false advertising because it doesn't last all day.
Exactly.
Only
5
lasts
minutes.
about 30 minutes.
Uh,
Everybody.
In the recent years, the disruptions that have occurred in the RIX have not affected the ability of companies and households to make payments. In May 2020, an incident occurred in SWIFT, the global supplier of the network in which payment orders are sent between actors on the financial market. The incident affected the entire European market, including the RIX system in Sweden, as SWIFT is a highly central actor for most of the infrastructure of the financial markets. An incident can have very serious effects. The incident affected large sections of the financial markets, but payments in the customer channel were not tangibly affected. As the incident was resolved quickly and also occurred at a time when there were few payments in RIX, it had a minor effect on the payment settlement in RIX. For the Swish service to function, Bank ID and the payments in real time platform must also function. In addition, the bank's internal systems must function. In total, access to Swish has been good, even though there have been some disruptions in these systems. As a customer, it is difficult to know where the cause of the disruption lies. Of course, as more and more people use Swish and rely on the service, it becomes more serious when there are disruptions in the underlying infrastructure. It is therefore important that the institutions and the infrastructure that enable Swish payments minimize their vulnerabilities.
Can I just add something?
Yeah,
That's
please
why I
do.
waited until you ended that paragraph. And yes, for it's probably for that too. And yes, CP, yes, there was that issue with that other type of digital currency, right? Um, uh, right, loss of billions and all that stuff, right? Especially if you invested
Hey,
in that
Cookie
or whatever.
Bone.
Well, in high, right? So that was all over the news, right? I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
many of us have heard about that story too, right? Because there's always going to be that one thing that really, like, we've been saying, well, I've been saying, like, about the grid down, no power, power outage, right? What happens when there's that tornado, that hurricane, snowstorm, right? The power is out, right? You don't have that digital currency to barter with or to exchange with, and if you don't have cash, then you still need something to barter with, and hopefully you don't even put yourself into that situation because you prepared in advance. So you don't actually have to purchase anything because you still have something, you know what I mean? Or you have
yeah,
something you can physically barter with, like, let's say a can of food, a can of beans, or a can of corn or whatever, right? Something like that.
yeah,
So, you gotta consider that, right? Because the way that things are looking, like, look at what's happening in California, right? With all the flooding and all that stuff.
yeah,
I'll be right back.
yeah. Uh, More counterfeit banknotes. Even if the money and institutions that manage to our payments are secure, there may be other risks linked to our payments and means of payment. For example, there is always a risk that cash will be stolen or counterfeited. But from an international perspective, the new Swedish banknote series has a very high level of security with details that are very difficult to counterfeit and easy to identify. One problem when fewer people are paying in cash is that knowledge of what a genuine banknote looks like decreases, and the risk then increases for people accepting counterfeit banknotes, even if they are of low quality. In 2019, the number of counterfeits in Sweden also increased as 1,703 counterfeit banknotes were discovered. Of these, 1,557 were 500 krona banknotes. This is an increase from previous years, but it's still a small amount compared with other countries. The trend of there being more counterfeit banknotes in circulation seems to be continuing. In 2020, in the first quarter alone, 1,554 counterfeit banknotes were found, the overwhelming part of which 1,513 were 500 krona banknotes. The counterfeits discovered so far have been of very low quality, and attempts at imitating the security features on the banknotes have been highly unsophisticated or absent. It is thus easy to see whether a banknote is genuine if you know what to look for. Over the year, the Riksbank has conducted campaigns in social media and elsewhere to increase awareness what a genuine banknote look like. The risk of card fraud in shops in Sweden is low. Paying by card is safe in Sweden, but card fraud can occur when a debit card or credit card is read during payment or when withdrawing cash from an ATM. In a European comparison made by the ECB, Sweden was just above the European average concerning the number of card frauds up until 2018. However, according to statistics from the police, the number of card frauds in Sweden has decreased over the last year, so far in 2020. The average monthly number of cards frauds has been 29% lower than in 2019. The risk of fraud is low for card payments in shops in Sweden. Most card frauds take place in cross border online payments, so called card not present frauds, where card details may have been stolen in a data security breach. The risk of a fraud is greatest in card-not-present payments outside the EEA area. Since September 2019, payment transactions within the EEA have required strengthened customer authorization. This requirement aims to protect consumers and others using payment services against card fraud. Strengthened customer authorizations means, as a principal rule, that a customer must provide identification using at least two of the following factors when making a digital payment or logging on to a payment account. One.
Can I just add in something real quick here?
Yeah, please do.
Hi, RG Arizona Homestead. Hi, Vanessa Kitty. Welcome. Thank you for joining all of us.
Hey, RG
today.
Arizona Homestead. Good to see you. And Vanessa Kitty. Good to see you.
Yes. I'm paying attention to the side chat for you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's hard to see when you...
Yes.
Number one, knowledge, something that only the user knows. For example, a password or a PIN code.
Well, I am the co-host, right? I am the co-host.
Yeah. Number two, a possession, something that only the user has. For example, a card or a telephone. Number three, a unique characteristic, a physical feature of the user. For example, a fingerprint. In Sweden, the requirement for the strengthened customer authorization means that, as a rule, a PIN code for a card or a bank ID is needed to make a payment transaction in a shop or online. For example, many people now have a code sent to their mobile telephone to verify online purchases. There are, however, a number of exceptions from the requirement for the strengthened customer authorization, among other things for low-value transactions and in contactless payments in shops. Swish fraud occurs. As Swish has become increasingly established as a payment service, it has also become increasingly common for Swish to be used in fraudulent advertising and phone fraud. The police also report that Swish has been used in money laundering, with money being sent along a chain in frontmen before finally being withdrawn as cash or used to purchase expensive capital goods. Increased vulnerability when many are using the same network. When many people abandon cash for cards and mobile payments, vulnerability to interruptions in the systems may increase, particularly if these use the same underlying networks. For example, if there is an interruption in one of the major card networks, many people in Sweden may be unable to make payments. This would be even more serious if people do not have cash in their wallets. And are payments in Sweden efficient? I don't think that is not that important. But anyway, this link to this side are also in the description box if you want to take a closer look to it. Yeah, I agree, Uncle Al. The next one I just want to show you guys is this. The pros and cons of a cashless society. A cashless society might sound like something out of science fiction, but it's on its way. Many present-day financial practices and transactions already happen without cash in many financial institutions. Service companies and even governments are proponents of the shift. What is a cashless society? A cashless society is one where cash, paper, and coin currency isn't used for financial transactions. Instead, all transactions are electronic, using debit card or credit cards or payment services like PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, and Apple Pay. Many countries are moving in this direction, but it's difficult to tell which ones will eliminate cash altogether. In addition to logistical challenges, several social issues need to be addressed before a society can give up on cash entirely. The benefits and the disadvantages below can give you an idea of myriad of effects going cashless can have on money and banking as you know it. The benefits: reduced crime rates without tangible money to steal, digital paper trail and less money laundering, less time and cost associated with handling, storing, and depositing paper money, easier currency exchange while traveling internationally. The disadvantages is exposes your personal information to a possible data breach, no alternative source of money in the case of technical issues or hacker activity, technolo- technological learning curve, lack of control over spending without a physical reminder. Benefits of a cashless society. Those with the technological ability to take advantage of a cashless society will likely find that it's more convenient as long as you have your card or phone. You have instantaneous access to all your cash holdings. Convenience isn't the only benefit. Here are some other benefits: lower crime rates. Carrying cash makes you an easy target for criminals. Once the money is taken from your wallet and put into a criminal's wallet, it will be difficult to track that cash or prove that it's yours. One study by American and German researchers found that crime in Missouri dropped by 9.8% as the state replaced the cash welfare benefits with electronic benefit transfer cards. Automatic paper trails. Similarly, financial crime should also dry up in a cashless society. Illegal transactions, such as illegal gambling or drug operations, typically use cash so that there isn't a record of the transaction and the money is easier to launder. Money laundering becomes much harder if the source of funds is always clearly identifiable. It is harder to hide income and evade taxes when there's a record of every payment you receive. Uh,
Can I just add something? Can I just add something in?
yeah, please do.
I was gonna say, well, I don't gamble much anymore. I stopped doing that for a long time ago. But think about it like that: if if you just swipe the card and all your money's on that card, how much easier would that be compared to like, oh, I'm only withdrawing, let's say, $50, $20 to gamble with, for example, at a casino or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Think about it like that. How much more easier would it be if you just swipe your card and all your cash is on that card? You would have to have more self control, right? Versus, oh, I'm just withdrawing 20, right? Because you have to do that, the effort of getting the cash out, like at an ATM or something like that. You would have to walk over that versus, oh, I'll just swipe another 20 here. I'll just, you know what I mean? And the next thing you know, it's just like your card's empty.
yeah,
Just because the convenience of it, right? So, yeah. And what I was gonna say was, I'd rather have both options available just because more options, right? I'd rather have
yeah,
more options than either one alone. Because there is benefits, right? There is benefits to cash, yes, and there's benefits to cashless, right? I think we could all agree with that to a certain degree, right? And they have their pros and
yeah,
cons. So I'd rather just have both. Really, really,
yeah.
I'd rather just have both available for a long period of time. So that way,
Uh,
that way you have those options, right? Because when you don't have options, then Yeah, right. I mean, like, so grid's not alert, you still get the cash, right? Day to day, Hey, I want to hey, can I borrow a 20 CR? It's like, yeah, so an email transfer, whatever, right? The greens versus having to drive over, walk over, right? Yeah, so
Yeah.
you know, so
Cash management costs money. Going cashless isn't just convenient. It costs money to print bills and mint coins. Businesses need to store the money, get more when they run out, deposit cash when they have too much on hand, and in some cases hire companies to transport cash safely. Banks hire large
yeah,
security
exactly.
teams to protect branches against physical bank robberies. Spending time and
Yeah,
resources moving money around and protecting large sums of cash could become a
yeah,
thing of the past in a cashless future.
right. I mean, people have like took ATMs right out of buildings, right? That like literally with trucks and just hauled it right out, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah,
And and like anyone that's been to like a store or anything like that, they have a float, right? A float of money, right, to work with, right? Coins and bills and stuff like that. It may change, right? Obviously, so
yeah,
stuff like that, right? It's right. So yeah, keep going.
yeah,
Oh, but and by the way, I can only stay until the top of the hour here.
yeah,
I gotta go in at the top of the hour here, so
yeah,
I'll stay as long as I can. So
yeah.
keep going.
International payments become much easier. When you travel, you may need to exchange your dollars for local currency. However, if you're traveling in a country that accepts cashless transactions, you don't need to worry about how much of the local currency you'll need to withdraw. Instead, your mobile device handles everything for you. Um, Disadvantages of a cash-free world. Depending on your perspective, going cashless might be more problematic than beneficial. Here are some of the major downsides associated with a cashless financial system. Digital transactions sacrifice privacy. Electronics payments aren't as private as cash payments. You might trust the organizations that handle your data, and you might have nothing to hide. However, the more information you have floating around online, the more likely it's to wind up in malicious hands. Cash allows you to spend money and receive funds anonymously. Cashless transactions are exposed to hacking risks. Hackers are the bank robbers and muggers of the electronic world. In a cashless society, you're more exposed to hackers. If you're targeted and somebody drains your account, you may not have any alternative ways to spend money. Even if you're protected under federal law, it will still be inconvenient to restore your financial standing after a breach. Technology problems could impact your access to funds. Glitches, outages, and innocent mistakes can also cause problems, leaving you unable to buy things when you need to. Likewise, merchants have no way to accept payments when systems malfunction. Even something as simple as a dead phone battery could leave you penniless in a sense,
Hmm, hmm,
which
hmm.
I agree with.
Yep. And let's welcome Gear. How's it going, man?
Yeah.
Welcome. I mean, like I said, there's pros and
Okay,
cons, right? There's pros and
welcome,
cons
my friend.
for the exchange for the convenience, right? The
Yeah.
convenience, not having to drive, not having to pay someone to like ship the money, not having to per se print the money or use the metals for the coins, right? Like remember that, right?
Yeah.
You got to use metals for those coins, right? And stuff like that. So I mean,
Economic.
I remember when a long time ago, like when silver was in currency or whatever. There's a reason why it
Yeah.
went away. Cost, right? It cost too much.
Yeah. Economic inequality could become I don't know how to pronounce that word. Exa exacerbated. You have to correct me if I'm. pronounce it wrong because I never seen that word before. Um, Unless special outreach efforts are made, the poor and
Isn't that exaggerated?
yeah, exacerbated.
Exaggerated.
Yeah, exactly.
Aggravated. Ugh. Hey, I should use that word. I should actually use that word. It has CR in it. I should actually use that word.
Yeah,
I gotta use that word. I gotta use that word.
yeah. Unless special outreach efforts are made, the poor and unbanked will likely have an even harder time in a cashless society. If smartphone purchases become the standard way to transact, for example, those who can't afford smartphones will be left behind. The UK is experimenting with a contactless ways to donate to charities and homeless individuals. But these efforts may not be developed enough yet to substitute the cash donations. Uh, Payment
Oh,
providers could
you
charge
know, just to
fees.
add,
Yeah,
I was just gonna add in something. You said about the dead battery. It could be as simple as you crack your display on your phone and you can't actually get into the menu.
yeah,
To initialize it in the first place, right?
yeah,
So it could be as simple as that. And the thing, people do drop their phones. Their display can crack, right? And if it does it in a certain way that you can't access the menu, well, that's just like not having it, right? Because you can't access it. Digital currency is only as good as being able to access it, right? Having cash is only as good as being able to someone to accept it and having it too, right? So yeah,
yeah. Uh, payment Payment providers could charge fees. If society is forced to choose from just a few payments methods, or if one app becomes the standard payment app, the companies who develop these services might not offer them for free. Payment processors may cash in on the high volumes by imposing fees, which would eliminate the savings that should come from less cash handling. The temptation to overspend may increase. When you spend with cash, you recognize the financial impact by the physically taking the cash out of your pocket and give it in to someone else. With electronic payments, on the other hand, it's easy to swipe, tap, or click without noticing how much you spend. Consumers may
yeah,
have
like
to
credit cards,
rethink
right?
the ways they manage their spendings. I agree.
Yeah, it's like the difference between like having a credit card or just having $100 in your pocket. You physically only
Yeah,
have 100, but if your credit card goes up to 1,000, you could be like, "Oh, I went over 100. I'm at 150. I didn't mean to spend
yeah,
that much," because you lose track of it, right? You lose track of it unless you physically know how much is there all the time, right?
yeah. Uh, Negative interest rates could be passed on to customers. When all money is electronic, negative interest rates could have a more direct effect on consumers. Countries like Denmark, Japan, and Switzerland have already experimented with negative interest rates. According to the International Monetary Fund, negative interest rates reduce bank profitability, and banks could be tempted to hike fees on customers to make up that deficit. Banks are limited in their ability to pass on those costs because customers can simply withdraw their cash from the bank if they don't like the fees. In the future, if customers who
Mm,
can't withdraw cash from the bank, they may have to accept any additional fees.
mm.
Uh,
I'm just thinking about all the stuff lately. It's just like kind of going per se cashless towards a card system, right? I mean, like I've seen a lot of things lately. It's like it's that trend. It's like comparing like the '90s to the turn of the millennium to last decade to
yeah,
this decade, right? It's just like you start to notice things. It's just like even anyone out there, like it's just like for example, how do I say this? Even games, even games are like that now, where it's just like you don't put in quarters or whatever. You have to buy the credits, then you just swipe your card instead. You swipe the card instead, right? They don't even have like they don't even gather
hey,
quarters
call
anymore,
me V.
right?
Good to see you, man.
Hello, hello. So, and with that, I think I gotta slip out. I gotta slip out here, everyone. Thanks for having me on, Shadow. Sorry, I had to
Yeah,
slip out
you're
early,
welcome.
everyone. All right. Well, take care, everyone.
Um,
And like I said, have more options, right? When you have more options, you have more options to work with, right? And
yeah,
not just rely on one option, right? It's just like the two is one is none kind of deal, right? So have more options out there, everyone. All right, everyone. Take care, everyone. Thanks for
yeah.
having me on.
Take
For
care. You're welcome.
Bomb, Uncle Al, everyone else, take care. Here, Shadow.
Take care. Okay, the dangers of a cashless society. There are numerous concerns with the inevitable move of going cashless, but the biggest one by far is security. We're breaking down the concerns and exploring what's at risk. You've probably been prepared for the coming of a cashless society since Y2K. For the young ones among us, that's the year 2000. Even if you never heard of the Y2K phenomenon and all the supposed futuristic aftermath, you probably experienced a cashless life in some way or another. You might be one of those people who rarely even carry or use cash. You might spend your day ordering food, catching shared ride services, and buying whatever you need, all without cash. With the rise of cashless payment options like Apple Pay, Zelle, and similar contactless payment methods, you might think a cashless society is inevitable, if not already here. Plus, the rise of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Litecoin, etc., makes it seem like it be just a matter of time. You can use your bank connected subdermal microchip to check out at the grocery store. Before you schedule your microchip implant, you should know that there are problems with a totally cashless society that you may not have considered. Here's why a totally cashless existence still might be further off than you think. But first, what is a cashless society? Um, what is a cashless society? It is exactly what it sounds like. It's a monetary system that would get rid of any physical forms of money. Could include both paper money and metal coins. A cashless society would depend on electronic and digital forms of payment that could include the use of debit cards, credit cards, and contactless payment methods. Why a cashless society? Advocates of a cashless society believe that it could be more convenient for both consumers and retailers to operate without physical currency. Consumers would be able to continue to pay for goods and services even if they are out of cash, whether they be between paychecks or just without cash at any given moment. Retailers would benefit by giving these consumers cashless ways to purchase goods and services. Other benefits for retailers using a cashless operation is eliminating the man hours it takes to reconcile their registers and make deposits at bank. For some operations, having and moving around a lot of cash could present security issues too. Sizable security threats might require investing in precautions like a monitoring system or armed security guards, which all add to business operating costs. Number one, access and equity. Perhaps one of the biggest issues with a total cashless society is access. A cashless existence means that your money is tied to a balance in a bank account or a credit card. Today, a large portion of the population is unbanked or underbanked. They don't have full access to the traditional banking system, so a cashless existence could be even more challenging or expensive for them. You must have access to the internet. In order to live in a cashless society, you must have a consistent, reliable access to the internet to be able to move money around in your accounts online. Checking balances, making payments, and receiving deposits all require internet connected connectivity. What if you don't have consistent, affordable access to the internet? This could be the case for those living in developing nations or people who just cannot afford internet access to manage the financial affairs online. Some people use cash to help them budget. There are also people that use physical cash to help them better manage and budget their money. If they rely on physical money to mark boundaries around what they can spend, a cashless system could pose many problems to managing their money. By doing away with cash, this population might find it difficult to manage and budget their income with a digital payment system. Some just don't have the ability to get consistent internet access. Finally, we have to also consider people who have disabilities or other extenuating circumstances that make it more difficult for them to have constant internet connectivity. People who have mental or physical health problems could have issues with internet access and may have difficulty managing or accessing their digital money. In all instances, poor internet connectivity would make it difficult for people who rely on cashless existence to move money in and out of their financial accounts. Without access to physical money, this would likely cause a great deal of inconvenience to people in those situations. Security and privacy. As electronic methods of payment become more common, so do security breaches. Identity theft has become more sophisticated and invasive than ever. As we move to more cashless methods of payments, there are even more opportunities for fraudulent activity in these digital realms. Even though retailers and the financial companies that support the payment activity are coming up with more effective ways to stop security breaches, they still tend to be a few steps behind the fraudsters. In a cashless world, this problem could multiply as the number of people who depend on their digital identity to support a cashless lifestyle increases. Financial security and privacy issues tend to go hand in hand. And even in the absence of security issues, financial privacy is compromised in a cash-free financial system. Digital forms of banking record every transaction can provide detailed information about your spending habits and daily activities. Though you may not feel the need to have this type of information kept under wraps, there are many situations where it makes sense to have some extra layers of privacy around your financial transactions. 3. Institutional abuse. The government would control all our money. In a totally cashless environment, there would be no alternative currency to depend upon if digital banking became expensive due to excessive fees or other economic forces. Government regulations that control factors like deposit requirements, interest rates, etc., could cause banks to increase their operating costs. And these costs could then be passed on to consumers who wouldn't have a lot of options about how they can do business. Banks could charge high fees. With banks and payment processors having monopoly on how business is transacted, they could also potentially abuse their powers and charge exorbitant fees to consumers who do not have access to alternative ways to pay for goods and services by boost banking profits. 4. Crime. Perhaps one overlooked side effect of a cashless society would be how crime could increase. We have already touched on cybercrime and identity theft, as well as access and equity. Quiety. Um, in a cashless world, there inevitably inevitably be a portion of the population that would inevitably be unable to participate in a totally digitized payment environment. In this case, it's quite possible that people would resort to creating their own black market systems of currency and bartering. In a cashless society, the government would want to limit this type of activity and could even make off grid transactions a crime of sorts. If the government deems the usage of cash illegal, it could also increase the amount of crime and criminals who are prosecuted for doing business outside of the boundaries of the cashless protocols. Summary. Looking around, there are many indications that we are headed towards a cashless society. The phrase itself implies some sort of externally controlled dystopian financial existence in which none of us will be able to escape. The fact of the matter is this: most of us have already voluntarily opted into the system and have found it more convenient to handle our financial matters this way. Whether or not we will all be forced to participate in a cashless society will depend on a number of factors that will continue to be explored and researched in the coming years. But our eyes are wide open at this point. Okay. Okay, guys. Hey, Miss Worm, good to see you. Uh, if anybody are up for it, you have the StreamYard link in the top of the chat. So if anybody wants to join me up here, so feel free to do so. So that is why, as a prepper, and we who are in the prepping community, we need other options. I like physical cash. And you need to put physical cash away if the system fails. So, all these links are in the description box. So, feel free to go through them by yourself and make your own opinion. Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, good morning. I, for one,
You're there.
still want to have the option of cash.
Yeah, if you don't have physical cash, you have to have silver put away, pure silver coins.
Yeah, there's all kinds of options that you could. Well, there's so many tangible items that you could stack up if you have the room that you could trade, but you can also trade labor for what you might need to purchase. That is one option. But I prefer to keep the option of cash. You know, I understand their point of disrupting criminal activity, which is true. Actually, the way that the junkies operate in this area is it's part cash and part things that they steal out of our houses to get their fentanyl and meth and all that. So
Yeah.
It's half and half, you know. So these guys are completely off the books already. They have to be, or that's necessary for their lifestyle. But maybe learn something from them. And I've seen the things that they've stolen from my neighborhood, even as something as simple as a garden hose stolen off the side of someone's house. They traded it for drugs. So
Okay.
I don't know if going totally cashless would be a big way to stop crime. I don't know.
No, because that increased the cyber crimes instead, and
True.
so which is better, um, cyber crimes, or well, have your cash in your wallet and get mugged? Uh,
Yeah. Get broken into and somebody gets your cash out of your house. Yeah. Well, I know that there is a concern because remember the truck drivers protest up in Canada.
yeah, I remember that.
They can the government can already shut your business license off. They can turn off your bank accounts. They can already do that.
Yeah,
So but I want the option of greenbacks, dollars.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Physical cash is the best thing. Uh, the problem is if you have a cashless society, the problem is if the system who handles the digital money in payments and everything, if that crash, you have no possibility to buy
correct,
some food.
correct. Yeah,
So you need to have cash
yeah, yeah.
on
Still,
hand.
and if they take away the cash, now what do you have? Almost nothing. You would have to
Almost
start
nothing.
barter and trade your personal possessions just to get some cans of beans.
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I've got some food stored away, is for that reason. If everything goes down, well, at least we're going to eat. We're still going to get clean water, and we're still going to eat.
yeah, yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So many of my colleagues in the civil defense, a local civil defense association here in my city,
Mm-hmm.
they are worried about this cashless system. Uh, they see that we will get more vulnerable than ever.
Well, yeah, I think that they got a point.
And that is what I have seen for years, that if we go, when they first mentioned it, to go to skip physical cash and go cashless, I saw the problem immediately. So
Yeah, because who knows? Well, like right now, if they shut off all cash, if it all stopped right now, I have no clue if they have a backup to it other than cash. I mean, as far as the grocery stores and the banks and the government, I don't think they have a backup plan to it in place right now. So that would be pretty scary.
yeah, I don't think they have a backup plan. I don't think so.
I don't think they do either.
And I think they have been too quick to take away the physical cash.
Yeah.
We are probably here in Sweden, we are probably 98% cashless.
Yeah, most of my purchases are cashless, but I still have to have that backup, because if everything goes down, if the power fails and it doesn't come on for 2 weeks,
Or
well,
3 or
yeah,
4.
or ever. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the politicians has it's the politicians who decide things like that.
Yes, it
uh,
is.
I don't think they have been thinking about this that enough.
I agree.
Enough, because if you go cashless, you need to have a backup system, and a backup system to that backup system.
I agree.
So people can pay the rent, they buy the food and everything. You need to have the government need to give us other opportunities to buy things and pay your rent and pay your electrical bills and whatever you need to pay.
Is this is this has Sweden given a deadline when they're going to actually cut off cash, or is this still a proposal?
Well, they already began. We have been using cards for years now.
Yeah.
And the cash, if you look at 10 years, well, we have used using of cash has go down a lot. So
Well, that's the same here in the States. You don't, when you go buy your groceries or whatever you may need, it's almost all debit or credit card, either one.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a scary proposal. Because I doubt it if any of these, well, most of the people, the politicians and the executives are basically out of touch. The wealthy ones, they don't see how the average people live at all, and they don't remember where they came from, or they'll do all sorts of things to benefit themselves for the moment. So that's the scary part.
Yeah. Those who will benefit from a cashless system, it is the companies and businesses. They will they will have the benefits of it. And I believe a lot of businesses will get rich because of that.
Yeah, it'll cut costs, for them, but for the rest of us who are the consumers, it won't do us any good. I don't think it will. I don't think it's a good idea to cut off cash. You've got to have an option. You've got to.
Yeah. I think when they talked about to go cashless here, I think they put a deadline to 2030 or something. I don't remember really, but I believe they put a deadline to it. But most of the stores you go to here, it is card all the time. In some stores, you can go to a register that take cash, and the other one beside that register you can use card only. So,
well, another thing is all of the hacking. Well, it happens all the time. Your information is hacked and it's put out there for telemarketers, etc. And if everything that you've got is online, that's not good, because there are some pretty unscrupulous people out there. Well, example is like a few days, 3 days prior to us flying from the Philippines back to the States, the air traffic control system, all of it went down in the Philippines for 3 days. Yeah, for 2 days, I think it was. And they had to divert, and that's where my British relatives got stuck in the airport in Manila. And the ripple effect, the backlash of all that was like when my wife and I got ready to fly out. Thank God we brought our own snacks and some food with us, because we flew from Davao to Manila, and the airport in Manila, the food was gone.
Yeah.
It was all eaten because all these thousands of people during the Christmas rush were stuck in the airport. And cash or no cash, whatever, but the food ran out very quickly. So that's the result of, I'm sure it's somebody hacking into the air traffic control system. So that shows you how damaging a hacker can be. And my wife told me last night she saw an article where Manila, the air traffic control system in the Philippines, again went down, and also it went down in New York. So that's coming from outside the country. I'm sure it is from
Yeah,
the Chinese or the North Koreans, because they've got whole call centers full of hackers who just sit there and that's what they do
yeah.
all day.
Russians as well.
That's true. That's true. And so if someone like that went into the whole banking system, then shut off your account completely, somebody from outside the country who is not affected by due process and law, you could be in some really deep trouble if you don't have cash. You could be in real trouble. Now you're looking at not being
Yeah,
able to eat. The cash has still got to have some kind of as an option. It's got to be.
yeah. This is the best thing. I have this
Yep.
put away.
Mm-hmm.
Really, this is physical cash, and I have this in this, so
Yep.
I know where I have it for emergencies.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, we do the same. We don't have a lot of cash in the house, but we do have it. But I think for me and my situation is we've got food and water stored so that if we cannot get to the bank and we cannot, we can still, if we can't purchase anything, we're still going to be able to eat, because staying healthy is more important than anything else on the planet. Keeping your body and your mind healthy.
Yeah, I agree. And it's I know here in Sweden we have a lot of elders.
Yes.
And they complain
mm-hmm.
when it comes the new thing they have to do, and when it comes to banking system. And no, no, you need a computer to do that now. What? I don't even have a computer. I don't know how to handle a computer. I don't know how to use a computer.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I feel really sorry for them, because these elders that are 70s, 80s, they don't have that skill because they didn't grow up with the technology. I didn't grow up with the technology.
The same here. Yeah, I just learn as I go.
Yeah, I learned computers late in my life. So
me too. Yeah, me too. Well, I ran into the same situation with my mom when she was elderly. My brother and his wife gave my mom a computer, and I went over and I taught her and I coached her and I showed her just how to send a simple email, even wrote down the instructions step by step. That computer sat there for years and it did nothing.
yeah,
So if you got your cash online only, or I mean all of your money, she would have been in big trouble. Someone with the lack of computer knowledge, she would have been in deep trouble.
Yeah, and if you go to an elder here, most elders don't know. Hey, you can switch me the money. What is Swish? Well, you do it on your cell phone. I don't even have a cell phone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, if they have a cell phone, it's an older one that is not a smartphone.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Most of the elderly here don't use a cell phone, and they can't afford to buy one to begin with. If you're living,
I can understand that, because they are expensive and their pension is not that high, and
that's correct.
They can't put away enough money to save up for one either.
Correct. Yeah, I would be, if I was alone and living just on my pension, well, a cell phone and a computer would have to go because I wouldn't be able to afford to buy a new one. That'd be one of the luxuries that I would just be living without. I would have to
Yeah,
have a landline only.
yeah, and it's very few who use a landline here in Sweden now these days.
Yeah, we don't have it. We've got an actual telephone jack, but we don't use it. It's all full of telemarketing. You would be
Yeah,
harassed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by telemarketing.
yeah,
That's why we unplugged it. We don't use a regular phone anymore. But and yeah, the smartphones, they still get tons of telemarketing on it anyway.
yeah, yeah. That is interesting because I get phone calls from Austria, UK, Africa. Hey, what do you want from me? I just don't answer those calls.
I don't either. If I don't reckon, they're very smart now. They disguise their telephone numbers coming in from somewhere here in Washington State, and they're scammers.
Yeah,
I don't answer those either, but that just goes to show you how deep ingrained some of these folks are already embedded into the system. So if you take away cash, and there's that many people out there who are already trying to scam you, what's going to happen? I I I never have heard any follow-up plan if there is a cashless society so far. I've heard nothing, no backup plan, nothing.
I haven't heard anything about any backup plans here in Sweden either. So
Oh,
they don't mention it. And
yeah,
why the reason why they don't mention it? Because they don't have any.
that's right. Hmm.
And that makes me worried. Our politicians and the government doesn't think.
They
They
only
they
they
just
only
they make their decisions. Now we have decided. Now we're going cashless. Yeah, right. We phase out the cash, the physical cash, and we use the digital currency instead.
hmm
Yeah, you morons. You think we will you well, you get less robberies and things like that. Yeah, of course. But what you doing less money laundering? Yeah, but now that will move on the internet, on the digital base,
right,
on a
exactly.
digital level. So
Hmm. I think the business owners, and that's in the U.S. government, that's how the politicians are influenced, is they can't be handed over only a certain amount of money, but there's no limit to how many shares can be given from a big corporation. And we'll give an example of Walmart. Walmart wants to influence a legislator's vote. They give them shares in their company. So I could see like Walmart would want to go cashless because that means fewer employees, higher profits. So that's how the politicians think. Okay, if I vote for this and put this legislation in place, that means I personally am going to get more money. That's how they're corrupted. So they don't. I could see, okay, say Walmart doesn't need uh, 300,000 employees. They lay them off, and there goes that much fewer payroll going out. And that's how the politicians think. Okay, this is be great because I personally get more money in shares because the value of the shares go up. The profit
yeah,
gets spread out. And that's how these people are corrupted to be able to vote in ridiculous legislation like this to go cashless and screw the next guy because they don't think about the population. They only think about their own wealth.
yeah, and I think that corruption, when it comes to money, well, maybe will be less when you go cashless, but trust me, that will increase on the digital level
Yes,
instead.
it will. It certainly will.
And the problem with the to have everything on the digital base or level is it's harder to track.
Mm-hmm.
It's cyber crimes are really hard to track. You need to be really the government and the authorities need to be very skilled to track these things because the regular cops doesn't know anything
You're
about
right.
how to track cyber crimes on the internet.
That's
They have
correct.
they don't have the skill, they don't have the knowledge, uh, they don't have the right people for it. So it's if you have everything physical cash, it's easier. You can get the robbers
Mm-hmm.
easy because you catch the bad guys sooner or later
Yeah.
because they leave physical evidence most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
99% of the time they leave physical evidence so you can catch them sooner or later. They can't get away with it. But cyber crimes, that is
That's
a
a
little
specialty. Mm-hmm.
that is a specialty. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you need cops that are specialized on in these type of
Perhaps
frauds
that's
and crimes.
perhaps that's one of the reasons why the politicians and the corporate executives are wanting this to happen, so they can, you know, es- escape a prosecution or hide it better. That might be one of the reasons why they want it.
Probably, yeah.
That's probably a big reason for it, is that they can cover their tracks digitally, and they know that it takes a specialized group of basically government employed hackers to be able to break into their system and see and track down everything that they've done. That might be a big part of it.
Yeah, and into train people like that a cop like that cost a lot of money
You bet it does.
because that is a specialized cop, and that will cost more to train a cop like that than a regular one.
That would bring it down to only law enforcement departments that could afford specialized personnel like that are on the
Yeah,
federal level, the top level,
yeah,
not not local, not county, not state, or maybe a state would be able to afford that, but
yeah,
it
maybe.
would really reduce the number of personnel looking into a crooked politician's wallet. It would really bring it way down that you've got fewer eyes searching around to see where their money is coming from and where it's going. That might be a big part of it.
So that is I'm, I'm not I don't want a cashless society. I just like to have those physical money.
Yeah,
It's
me too. Hmm.
it's nice to see that bill
Hmm.
in your hands.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's I think it's a ridiculous thing to look into. You've got to have options.
Yeah,
And no matter how corrupt a corporate owner or a board member is, or no matter how corrupt a politician is, they need to remember one thing, that when a country's population goes hungry, that's when that country comes apart. Historically, that's a fact. If you shut off the food and the
yeah,
supplies for the population, it all comes apart.
yeah. Look at the French Revolution.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, they took matters. The population took matters into their own hands, and they settled it.
Yeah, because the blue bloods had great fair parties, and the people, when they went out to buy some bread, it was
Hmm.
so expensive they couldn't afford it, and they knew that the blue bloods had great parties and they didn't get anything. So
Anything.
that's,
Oh.
yeah, that they
Hmm.
get any didn't get anything for it.
That's a perfect example of when a population goes hungry. Right there, it
Yeah,
all comes
yeah,
apart. And maybe that's another end goal as well. The politicians and the executives want to eliminate cash so they can cover up their own crimes, and also maybe to bring down a society completely.
yeah,
I don't know, but I think it's ridiculous, and I hope it never comes to that.
yeah. I agree, but I live in it, so
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
uh, and with this government we have now, it uh, it's terrible. They
Well,
don't do anything good, actually.
they don't do anything unless it benefits them personally.
Exactly.
That's they're enriching themselves at the expense of the population who voted them into office. And corporate executives don't get voted in. You can't remove them. They're stuck. They're
No.
there.
Yeah, they are.
Mhm. And
So
those are the corporate executives are the ones who really influence the politicians by handing out shares in their companies. And that's where the corruption really begins. At least in the States, that's how it works.
yeah,
But I would say
uh,
if you want to learn how to survive, watch what the street addicts and how they live. They live by stealing items from our homes and our cars and trading it for their needed drugs. And then the drug dealers take all that property and then they sell it in on Craigslist. They sell it on any other website that they can put it up for sale, and that's how they launder all this stolen merchandise. Yeah,
yeah,
I know for a fact because um, I had one neighbor in my last house. She would have these shady people show up in the middle of the night unloading cars full of microwaves, household goods, all kinds of
yeah,
things. It was all stolen from break and entering, and it was stored in her apartment. And I would see the same people and the same vehicles selling it in a yard sale a few blocks away a few weeks later. That's
yeah,
how the underworld operates. That maybe take a lesson and observe and see how they live, just in case we go cashless and we have no way to be able to support our families. That's one option. Learn from them. Keep your options open to still be able to stay upright and breathing.
yeah. I'm actually really worried about this with a cashless society, because our politicians want us to be 100% cashless. That is their goal, and that worries me.
Yeah, I agree. That tells me too. I don't want to see that. I know that right now, even as things are right now, they can shut off your bank accounts. But here in the states, they have to go through the courts to do that.
Yeah,
But if they can go around the courts, well, you're had. You're done. You're at the will of someone that you don't even know, who can shut you off.
Yeah, and that is
No,
really bad.
eliminate the due process. No, man, you're in hurting status.
Oh
Because
yeah,
I know by being a parent of a couple of kids after a divorce that the courts, they are corrupt to an extent as well. They know what your worth is. The judge, that's why it takes so many weeks for you to be standing in front of a judge for child support, for all that, because they look into how much they contact your employer and they see exactly how much you earn. They know as soon as before you even show up for court. They know how much your paycheck is.
yeah,
They have your tax returns. They know if you own a car, or they know if you're making payments on a car. They know how much cash you have in the bank. They know everything. That's already in place and it's used against you in a court of law.
yeah,
I'm talking about family court.
yeah,
So if you don't have a cash backup and the courts rule that we're going to garnish your wages, and if you don't have a cash backup, you're going hungry, buddy. You're done.
yeah,
I always kept cash when I was going through the child support system. I had to.
yeah, yeah. I agree. So that's why I come up with this topic because I consider it's important. So
Hmm.
because it's a huge problem.
Hmm. What are you saying there, gear grinder? Stole about 30 empty CD cases that day.
Yeah, he had put all the CDs in a big case and had taken them inside.
Okay.
So there's still cover ups
Hmm. Yeah,
with no CDs in them.
I don't know about a cashless society stopping crime. It would just change because the criminals here, the street crime anyway, they don't deal 100% in cash. It's in stolen goods. That's how they
Yeah,
get their meth, etc. It would just change. The criminals in our society have to change with law enforcement. So they've already learned how to live without cash. But
replacing a window was cheaper than the CDs.
yeah.
Cashless society wouldn't stop crime because the biggest criminals are pushing for it. Yeah,
Oh, I agree. Yeah, the white collar criminals are pushing for it. Yeah, the corporate owners and the politicians want it, so that means that it'd be harder for them personally to be tracked down and prosecuted.
yeah, especially if you're a corrupt politician.
It's already hard enough to
Yeah,
to nail those guys down.
yeah,
Yeah, those are the ones who want this. They only think
yeah.
of themselves, and that's all they think about is themselves.
I agree. Here in Sweden, we have very low when it comes to corruption. So
Hmm.
compared to US or um there is
Yeah.
another country that has a very high rate of corruption. Is it Italy?
Well, yeah, big time corruption is in a lot of the Asian countries like China, India.
Yeah,
Um, that's how they that's how they've survived for centuries
yeah,
is through corruption. Once again, it's always the people at the top who get all the money, not the average guy.
exactly.
Yeah, I think going cashless, that's scary. That's a scary move, especially for the senior citizens who just cannot operate a cell phone or a laptop and can't keep track of their currency. That's frightening for the
Yeah, I know.
seniors.
Yeah, I know. Some of my elder customers I deliver groceries to.
Hmm.
Um, she don't even have a computer. She don't even know how to use a computer.
Yeah.
She let her daughter to order her stuff.
Yes.
So
Yes. Yes. Yeah. That's the thing is those people would be completely cut off.
yeah, and that is not. I don't know how they think. They don't think about the elders who will have some really issues with this because they are not used to it. They are used to have cash, and most elders have cash in their wallets
Yeah. Yeah.
because they are so used to have it.
Hmm. Yeah. That's a. I think it's a big mistake for a country to do that. Um, Yeah, they can use all kinds of claims like it'll increase profits for the businesses because they have lower number of personnel to count the money out and transfer it and all that. It'll reduce crime, et cetera, et cetera. But and not street. It might in street crime like armed robbery or something like that. But no, overall it will only transfer from street crime to white collar crime.
Yeah,
Make it easier for them.
yeah. Everything is easier when you can do it digital on a digital way.
Yeah.
It's easy to hide.
It is easier. It's harder to track them down. So if you could, if you know, I think that's the people who are looking into this who are basically corrupt to begin with and want to increase their wealth, and no matter what the consequences are for their neighbors.
Yeah, and I don't know who's come up with this idea that we should go cashless. The reason I heard was when it went to the public,
Hmm.
they said it's no use because people use less cash and use their cards more. So why should we keep the cash? That's ridiculous. Keep the cash and okay, it's I can agree have physical cash and pay with that and use your card if you forget your cash at home. Okay, I can I
Yeah.
can I can agree with that.
Hmm.
I can accept that. So
Well, Shadow, I'm going to bounce down and go get something to eat. I
yeah,
slept in late today, and it's only well, it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. But
yeah,
yeah, Mrs. made me a big breakfast, and she got called into work. She was supposed to be off today, but she just now grabbed all of her stuff and in her uniform, and she's gone. So I'm gonna
yeah.
bounce down.
Probably it was probably an emergency
Yeah,
call or something.
yeah. Hmm. All right. Take care, my friend. God
Yeah,
bless.
take care. God bless.
Mm.
Okay, guys. We still have people come in where I work and write checks. Well, that's awesome. Well, a couple of years ago, when I was many years ago, more likely. I know my grandfather. He used to pay with checks sometimes, but I noticed that I never seen any pay with a check anymore. But checks is a great idea. And, and the elders are used to pay with checks too. Yeah, get rid of. Uh, Half of them ask, "Do you have a pen?" Yeah, that was a long time. I heard that one. Uh, well, yes, I do, and I had one when I had a checkbook too. Yeah, when I was a kid, I was always impressed by this my grandfather's checkbook, and when I was a kid, I wanted one myself. But when you grow up, you couldn't get those checkbooks anymore. Hence them are pen connected to a ruler with a flower on it. Yeah, that's cute. That's really cute, my friend. Hey, Vanessa. Good to see you. Good to see you, ma'am. I made a record on my checks, but got it taken care of and burnt my checkbooks. Yeah. Tell them no and write it in blood. Yeah, right, Vanessa. Yeah, I agree, Gergridden. It stops the pen theft. Well, I don't have a pen. I have a knife. Please cut yourself in your thumb and use this little stick and write it in blood. Yeah, you're right. Pens are pennies. However, I hate having to talk to the office to get more. Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, walk to the office. Yeah. But anyway, you need definitely other options because the society gets more vulnerable. Definitely more vulnerable. And that is a little bit worrying. Only rare occasions I handle checks, cashier checks directly from bank instead. Yeah. But no matter what, you need to have some backup systems for your personal safety. I have a savings account but don't want a checking account again. Yeah, a savings account is good to have, brother. Um, I have one myself. That's it, and there is a difference between a savings account and a check account. So, but it's always nice to have cash, physical cash on hand at home. It's better to have some cash on hand. Uh, checking account you can overdraft. Yeah, I agree, Gergridden. Cash is king. Checking accounts, but no checks printed for them. Too many thefts where a check was washed and made out of to different amounts. Oh, I never heard about that checks was washed and made out to different amounts. Never heard of that one before. That was really interesting, Vanessa. So I try to at least save some physical cash at home. Hey, Mary Bernie, good to see you, miss. How are you doing? How are you doing today, Mary? Cash is only king as long as inflation doesn't make it worthless. Yeah, that's another problem. I'm doing good, Mary. I'm doing good. Yeah, that's the problem. Inflation can make it worthless. That's the problem. When the inflation goes up, everything goes up. My German Shepherd just found out why you don't walk around the back of the horse. She's okay, but she got kicked. Okay, that was the hard way to learn that. But inflation can make cash or digital assets worthless. I agree with that, Vanessa. I agree. I agree with you, Gergridden. She won't do that again. It will eventually be so bad people will starve even if the shelves are full. Yeah, yeah, I never thought of been thinking about it that way before, but you are probably correct about that. Hey, Uncle Al, good to see you again, my friend.
Okay, let me adjust this. I'm still having camera problems. I'm probably coming in orange.
It's okay, Uncle Al, no worries.
Lord,
Yeah,
it's
I
like
agree. Oh, Lord.
it's like every time I try to fix things, I turn into orange man or it's beet red. I'm still having problems with the cameras. Never get your laptop zapped by lightning. Always fun.
I agree.
Okay. And
And
like I
that
said,
goes
I
for,
have all the lights on. It's still a little
yeah,
dark. And like I said, folks, main thing with a cashless society, they did it in the past. Japan had a trouble with fake coinage. So for about 120 years, they didn't use coins. Everybody had, here's a pig, you give me rice. Here's another pig, you give me cloth. Here's another pig, you give me an iron tool or something. So for about 120 years, they did that. People got tired because you had to trade things. It would be either rice, services, you work in the field for 4 days
yeah,
and you get your, and it's like salt. Salt was a big commodity, I tell a lot of people, because salt was easier to trade. You don't have to carry a whole bunch of pigs on your back and like, here's a pig for, for everything you have to buy. And salt was used for about maybe 50 years. And finally, they solved the coinage problems in old Japan. And
yeah,
after that, because they had like little bamboo tubes of salt,
yeah.
it gets a little annoying when you have to carry like 250 tubes of salt and like, yep, I'll take, here's one tube or here's two tubes. The other factor in American history, we had a cashless society, but a lot of African Americans, black people, don't like it. It was called the planter or plantation system.
Yeah,
You get, or later on, it was called what you call it, um, sharecropper. That's for
yeah,
everybody. You don't have to be black or white or whatever. We just do the same thing what we did in the plantation days. You you promise your crop to the landowner and he gives you back whatever you can, but at the same time he helps you out by, well, we could get you the doctor, the lawyer. You just keep working for us for the rest of your life and then you get a small uh, fee from that. Well, I keep 90% and you get 10%. Doesn't that sound fair to you?
no,
No. And right now, no food
yeah,
for 100 guards, correct? I'm sorry, folks. I'm reading this off of the thing. And like I said, the big problem with currency and banking, they've been pushing it around too many times, and it's finally caught back up to them. All right. Cashless society sounds good, but you should have a backup system. Like,
yeah.
how much gold does Sweden have?
I have no idea.
I know the royal family has a lot of gold. They that the royal family of Sweden, they're smart. They're smiling. Yeah, make
Yeah,
up whatever you want. We have gold and silver. It's
they
like the
probably
what?
have. Yeah,
Yeah, next to the English, they're the 18th richest royal family on earth.
yeah,
Yeah, because they seen governments go. Ever since they went to a constitutional monarchy, and they let the day-to-day activities, let the governments take care of it. They would just sit in the background and smile and wave. But they had the thing. They had gold. They bailed out Sweden, World War One, World War Two, the Cold War, and they were making bucks. I'm not kidding, folks. And they just sit back and smile and like, you stupid bankers, because they have not only do they have gold and silver, they also have resources, and you know about that, Jordan, right?
Yeah.
So if you go like, well, this property is owned by the royal family or the king's property, correct?
Yeah.
And they have a, and also they, I forget, Sweden still do the king's tenth, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
some old mining law. Anything you dig out of the ground, 10% goes to the king.
I, yeah, thinks. I think I have no idea, but you are probably correct.
Yeah, because in the old days, every kingdom in Europe had the king's tenth. You give 10% to the church or 10% to a king. Most time it was the king, and that's how
Yeah.
Spain got really rich in the New World. Here's your 10% for letting us go and kill the Native Americans there and take their gold. Here's your 10% for Spain. And same thing with Rome. Here's your 10% for Rome. And you see all the glittery gold stuff. Same percent in a lot of countries that have monarchy, that 10% ruling is still in effect.
Would you be using your skills for food and shelter or running around with gold to trade for time? Uh,
Uh, yeah, but the trouble with that, like I said, when you trade for skills for food and shelter and water, whatever, you have to, it's your time that you have to spend with that. Gold is, it's there, you could exchange it. You're not there for like, yep, I finally finished the job. I've been here for 2.5 years. I think I go with gold.
yeah, because gold keeps its value.
So does salt. Salt keeps its value. That's where we get the word salary for salary man.
Yeah, they
But
back in the old days they paid people in with salt.
right, because if you didn't have salt, you can't preserve food. And I don't think you want to eat a fish that's been out for 4 or 5 days without salt.
No, I don't think so.
Now, and then the next big thing was pepper. Peppercorns were like family jewels. If you had
Yeah,
in Sweden, if you had two peppercorns, you could buy a horse, get a drink, and have a good time for Saturday night. And that's two peppercorns because this is the time pepper was starting to introduce into Europe.
yeah,
And people were amazed. Gee, it tastes that rotten food even better, when they crushed pepper on it. Same thing with nutmeg and a lot of the spices that were coming from the Middle East, like clove. Clove, I couldn't believe what was the trading point for it. Well, I'll give you 4 gold coins for 2.5 ounces of cloves.
yeah,
That was nuts. That's why the Dutch went over to the East
yeah,
Indies, and then the French went over to Madagascar. Like, we have all the vanilla in the world. Because there's artificial vanilla, which is or imitation vanilla, and you have real vanilla. And real vanilla is 100 times more than imitation vanilla. They use just a little bit to taste like vanilla, and the rest is like a weird chemical concoction. And
yeah,
then real vanilla is alcohol and vanilla. Only two things. But that's how the French got rich during Napoleon. Yeah, vanilla, money.
yeah. Vanilla was pretty expensive, and cocoa was expensive too.
Oh, yeah, that was a big commodity. The Incas and the Aztecs thought gold was okay. We use it for decorations, and we had gold paper to wipe our. But they, what you call it? Cocoa was the food of the gods, and it's not like whatchamacallit, chocolate today. Back then, it was mixed in with water with a little bit of fat, and there was no sugar in it, and you drank it because I drank that kind of cocoa, and it's like, whoa, that gives you a head rush because it's been roasted and then it's ground, and then you add
Yeah.
boiling hot water and you add some kind of fat to it, and it does go down smooth, but also at the same time, it's like, what you call it. They also, when they added it to coffee, was even better. When they add sugar and cream, that's the nice thing about the yes, eggs are the new commodity. You
Yeah.
have to carry a dozen eggs. I like to get some of this, and I'll trade you an egg. Don't you have a 20? No, I have a dozen of eggs. I have 3 Cronins. What do you got? Dozen of eggs. You give me the Cronins, you get the dozen. I think the chickens are going to die from overwork.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Probably.
big problem, folks, with currencies and skill trading and bartering and stuff.
Hey,
It
Tom.
Hey Tom,
Good to
uh,
see you.
the big thing with currency is the bank's been screwing people around. Like in America, they tax our savings, so actually we're getting taxed twice. Once
Yeah.
for making the money, and
Yeah.
second time for the interest. But that's not our interest. You're giving that us because you used our money to finance whatever you did. That's criminal, isn't it? If I take your
Yeah.
money, make some money, or if I lose your money, it's not my money. So why do I have to pay taxes on it? That doesn't sound right, does it?
No, it doesn't sound right.
Yeah. Now, if you use my money and you give back some money to me, that's fine, but you shouldn't be taxing it. That's double taxation. But a lot of people don't understand that. Same thing with fees. You have a certain amount of fees for goods and services, fine, not a problem. But if you're doing a fee because you're saving money, that's double taxation. You already earned the
Yeah.
money, you're lending them your money to hold you. Why should you pay the lender a fee for holding your money?
Good question.
Yeah. Sweden has to explain that. Several banks in Sweden, it's cashless. No, it's still a currency. I don't want to pay this fee. You owe me money. People miss that, but it's a pretty good point. Why are you paying your fee if you're putting your monetary unit in their bank? Does that make sense to you? And they use it willy nilly. We're funding Afghanistan troopers.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the egg thing, because of the bird flu, they've been killing the flocks. It's going to take at least 6 months before they start back up. Here in California, we had a 2 month jump ahead of time. So we're having eggs. Rest of the country, it depends where you're at. It's winter, limited flocks. The hatcheries already had their orders. Okay, a lot of you don't understand. Chickens don't sit on eggs. It's big machines with thousands of eggs hatching out baby chicks. Okay, those
Yeah.
hatcheries have orders until July. So if you're looking for, I'm going to get some chickens from or chicks from a local feed store or farm store, they don't have any because all the chicks are already bought. Because a lot of people don't understand that. So it'll take 6 months to recover. And if you tell Captain Crazy, our president, stop doing weird things like gas stoves, banning chickens, chickens cause carbon monoxide. Well, then you take a frozen chicken and you mash it over his head. Because chickens are like people, they breathe. I'm making CO2. What do you want me to do? Hold my breath?
Hold my breath until my face turned blue.
Right. And the big thing is we don't have plants. We have plants and other things. They said methane, nitrogen. And I said, yeah, but you guys, yep. CB smart. She already has her chick order in March.
Yeah,
Because if you
that's
wait until
good.
March, you won't get any chicks. Because every egg producer from right now are racing, and they're offering big money to the hatcheries.
Yeah,
And what the federal government should have done was give every hatchery, every egg producer a tax break. But did they do it? After
no,
killing all their flocks. Do you know what 6 million chickens die? Dispose of them. I live near a landfill. Do you know what that smelled last summer over here?
terrible.
Yeah, especially when they start burning. I said, but that causes pollution. But they had to burn them because you have a problem with 6 million dead carcasses.
Yeah,
We had the
uh,
fly problem from hell, and they said, "Oh, you live in the valley. We live in San Francisco or L.A. We don't care." It's like, ugh.
oh yeah,
Yeah, true, CB. But the big other problem is our governor, the Joker, Gavin Newsom. He said it's a danger for the fish, so he let go 75% of all the waters in the dams. And if you've been watching the news, you're supposed to let it go when we're not having a torrential rainstorm. They're only three quarters filled. Okay, three quarters.
yeah,
Okay, one third for people. Okay, now you're living in a house near a river, and they just let go all the water. Yeah, because it's more profitable. Because the whatchamacallit, if you release the waters while it's flooding, raining and flooding, what do you think happens to all those areas been getting hit with the flood waters? I know it's a little off track, but
yeah,
yeah, when they become pullets and have a little bit of feathers, they can adapt to the outside even better. Cost more money because a baby chick when I was used to helping my dad was like 25 cents, and fully feathered like $1.50. A small chicken.
yeah,
Yeah, and then now it's like $1 a chick, more or less, or a little bit more. I can't remember the prices, and it's like $5 for a pullet. Little chicken, $5. So it's like, okay, I have that in my pocket. If I want to get a beer at the bar, here's a pullet. There's $5. Where's my beer?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Government runs so slowly, they are almost always reactionary rather than proactive.
Well,
Yeah, I agree. I got the
true
same
CB.
feeling.
True CB because of the flooding. It's like, okay, we're in a drought. He's releasing one third of the water. We're having flash floods all over the place. My area never has a flash flood, but they said, well, we got to release the waters from the dams. And I'm saying, are you nuts? Our creeks and rivers around here are going over the banks. So when you release the water, what happened to that water? And like, wasn't there a town there? It disappeared.
Yeah,
Anyway, back to money. But like I
yeah,
said,
it is a worry. It makes me worried because if we get 100% cashless, that will definitely makes me worried because they can put extra fees for us consumers, so we have to pay everything. So that means we get less money from our paychecks if we have to pay these fees if they put them.
right, it's another form of taxation. You just don't know it because they say it's a fee for letting us use your money so we could steal it again.
Yeah, Gardening Warrior Queen, good to see you, ma'am.
Hi there.
How are you doing?
Like my last couple of videos I've been doing, I've been telling people to stash away bits of money. It's not hard, folks. It's fairly easy.
Yeah, I have some in this.
Yeah. Nobody ever looks like in that. So far, I got 16 ones. I'm trying to hit 25 ones in this bundle.
Yeah, I have a couple of bills here. That's why I use this jar instead.
I'm old school. Whoops, I gotta put that back.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of old school myself.
Remember when your dad used to carry one of these?
Oh, you know what? You can still buy those. Actually, you can still buy those here in Sweden.
Yeah.
These are really neat, actually.
I'm old school. I like to have a coin purse. It kind of freaks out when I go up to the cashier. How much is the exact change? I pull that out and they're like, what the hell is that? They're going, because everybody's using their phones. A lot of
Good to
problems
hear,
with
man.
a cashless society if you use a phone. Okay. Sometimes the phone company will charge you a fee for using their cash services. And that's another fee. Plus, the bank says you're using their phone system to, when you wave it around.
Yeah.
And it's too easy if you're a smart hacker. You're like, well, every time he waves his phone over the sensor, he pays us or whatever small amount of change in Sweden. So you don't notice. You think it's a fee from either from the phone company or the bank. Actually, you're paying off somebody like, we're a terrorist group. Let's burn down Sweden. And you don't know about it. Isn't that horrible?
Yeah, that's horrible. That's worrying me.
But like I said, folks, the big thing with cashless society, it's good, it's efficient if you're in urban areas. I keep telling this to people, and they don't understand. It's like Tokyo. If you're in Tokyo, cashless is not a problem. But people find out when you get away from the infrastructure for cashless society.
Yeah,
you
like
go
on Hokkaido,
yeah,
Okinawa.
yeah. And they're
You will
looking
have
at
some
you.
serious problems.
Yeah, you have a lot of problems because they don't have the infrastructure for that. Or if you go into rural Japan, they kind of look at you. Don't you have coins or don't you have bills? They don't even have a scanner. And you go, I have a UBS outlet. Can that work? And they're looking at you. No.
Hey, James. Good to
Because
see
that's
you.
the same thing with the flashlights. Remember those flashlights with
Yeah.
the UBS charger? You go into a rural area, even in Sweden. Do you have a UBS charger? And they'll look at you like, and they'll walk away like, this guy's nuts. I have a cell phone. Do you have a charger? And they'll look at you. Phones online right there. You pick it up and you call. What the hell's a UBS? Because further you get away from civilization, worse it gets.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a credit card.
What is that?
Yeah. Or I have a credit. Before they had the machines, they had a credit card slip charger. So you put your credit card on there and they slip it, but you had to pay the store a $5 fee to use that slip. So in Sweden, if you're out way in the boonies, they'll get the slip thing and they say, there's no imprinted numbers on this. We can't use this card. But it has a little gold foil on it and it's approved. Sorry. Don't you have the magnetic slip reader? We don't have that. We have carbon paper. We put the thing in the little machine. We run it across. You pay us in cash so we could process it.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember those.
Yeah, that's from your grandfather's time. I can't remember what's a half a kroning.
Yeah, they had the same thing here in Sweden when I was a kid. It was pretty funny when I saw my mother leave the card and they okay.
And you make sure you keep the carbon because that's the old days of scam where they take the thing and make a fake card out of it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the thumbs up, James. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Everybody make sure you hit the like button on this. The big thing I tell a lot of people, you want to keep anywhere from, in America, $200 to $500 at home. I usually put in a money belt right next to personal protection, but the big thing, you want that for daily expenses. Something happens. If the banks were closed like 9/11 here in America, all electronics was, and you couldn't get cash out of the ATM, bank, nothing. And it was a big
Yeah, that
headache for a
sucks.
lot of people. So you want to keep enough for the daily expenses. Right now, if Jordan had an emergency, can he pull out 500 chronics to cover whatever, unless what he has in his jar? You can't do it, right, Jordan?
Well, this is for emergencies, basically. I lost the count on how much I have in this. I have a lot of bills. More bills. And the rest is coins.
So you got enough to cover an emergency at home.
Well, almost anyway.
Almost is better than like, whoops, can't do it. There's little notes. I owe you money. I will pay it back on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, I have enough to get some food at least.
Right, but
If
paying like a bill, like the power bill or something like that.
well, no, the power bill is. I have to pay that on internet. From my bank, I have to go log in on my bank to my bank and pay it that way.
Yeah. But like I said, that's where the banks kind of mess up on the cashless society. They need power. And without electricity, you're free for the month. I don't have to pay my rent. Power's off. So the bank can't do anything. The power company, well, I'm sorry, no power, no pay. They don't
Exactly.
realize that too.
The planes were grounded unexpectedly. Things happened. The electric payment system could go down for a time too unexpectedly. Yeah,
Yeah. Surprise.
that is something that worries me too. If that happened and the government don't think of to have a backup system, if we are gonna pay everything online or bills, go log into your bank and on to your account and pay your bills that way. They don't have any backup systems for that, so you can't go to bank and pay your bills. You can't because everything is basically most of the bills are on the like a digital uh, bill.
Right.
So you can just take. When I was a kid, you could take your bills and go to your bank and pay them. No problem. You
Right,
can
but
do that now because
no,
you can. Do you know what the bank do? They take out a fee. Let's say if you have a bill you need to pay, let's say it is 550 crowns you have to pay. You know what? They put out a fee to pay that bill.
right. It's called the processing fee, but you already
Yeah,
paid for the
I
money.
believe they take 45 or 50 crowns to
Right.
pay that bill. So let's say if you have 6 bills and the total cost of those bills is, let's say, 1,500, you have to pay 40, at least 45 crowns for every bill you pay.
Right.
You can imagine how much that cost will go up.
Right. But if this is the bad thing, that's for individual. If you're like a
Yeah.
big corporation with that bank and they give you like, well, we had problems with processing. We would like you to handle it. They don't charge the fee for big corporations, only individuals. That kind of stinks in Sweden. So if you're a big, whatchamacallit, I'm a big corporation in Sweden. We're not paying this fee. And the banks say, oh, it's a fine. You're part of our thing, because they don't want to lose all that crowns. If they pull out like 30 million crowns out of that bank, the bank's going to be in trouble. Am
Yeah.
I right? So they'll
Yeah, probably.
bypass it. You don't have to pay it. We'll let Jordan or Uncle Al pay the 40 to 50 crowns to process their bills. That kind of stinks, doesn't it, Jordan?
Yeah, it does. They probably raised that fee now.
It's not funny, folks. It's happening right now. You always check the fee. You always question them. My favorite word for 2023, no. Because nothing will stop me. And a lot of people like, well, why doesn't it work? I still have to do a video on whatchamacallit. I had a big argument. They say you could survive outside in Sweden in the snowstorm with a 52-inch. That's, I can't remember in centimeters. I think it's 104.
52 inches. 52 inches. That is about 132 centimeters.
That sounds right. Sorry, folks. I can't do quick mathematics. I had a stroke. But Jordan's right. It's a small piece of luminized plastic. So you're in a snowstorm in Sweden. Jordan showed that picture where the car's buried under the snow. Do you think that little piece of plastic's going to keep you covered and warm in the middle of a snowstorm? No.
No.
So I have to tell people, when you get those little bags of space blanket, okay, it's like putting a piece of newspaper. I'm in a snowstorm. I'll just put this over my head. It's a joke, folks. Okay. I have a painter's chart, 8 to 4 mil thick, and that's 9 feet by 12 feet. And that's, I forget how many meters is that? 9 feet in meters is
2 feet, 3 feet.
3 feet. Yeah.
6 feet, 7. Well,
I know a meter is 3
9
and
feet is about 273 centimeters.
right. That's more, what, 3 times more than the little, or twice more. Is it twice more or 3 times?
Yeah, that is 2 meters and 73 centimeters, so
Right.
9 feet.
And 12 feet is another meter? Or is it 2 meter? I'm trying to remember. I think it's another 2.
10 feet is 3 meters.
Right. So 12 is 3.5 meters, right?
Yeah, it should. That sounds correct.
Right. instead of 52 inches or 134 centimeters, it's like you have something where you can make a nice little shelter. You can put a little candle or a little stove in there. That'll keep you nice and warm and dry. Not 52 inches of toilet paper kind of plastic with aluminum backing, because you use space blankets too, right, Jordan?
Yeah, I used it once.
Do you think you make a nice snow shelter out of that?
Uh, in my opinion, no.
No.
No,
Be-
that's not enough. It's
No.
not big enough.
Now I did a snow shelter where I dig a trench, put branches over it, put the plastic, which we would discuss right now, and that covered it. There's no coldness going in or wetness, and then I put like whatever into the trench, pine bombs and stuff, and you can sleep comfortably in that if you have like a candle or two, or if you have a small space heater, that'll work fine. And on space heater, it's either white gas or kerosene or diesel. That'll work fine. A lot of people don't know about that. And they usually, we're frozen in our car. You know about that in Sweden, right, Jordan?
Oh
Where
yeah,
people get stuck in the cars and they freeze to death. They don't take a empty can and a candle. What happened to those days? I remember on Swedish broadcasting, they show some old guy holding a blackened can, and there's like a stumpy big church candle in there, and he
yeah,
survived, but he was an old guy from World War II.
yeah,
And then you see all these hippie kids like they're frozen to death. I wore a mini skirt and a tank top, and the old guy's bundled up, like an Eskimo. So
yeah.
who do you think's going to survive between the two in a car?
I'm not the one with miniskirt. Not a
No.
chance. The problem with those who freeze, get stuck in the cars and freeze to death. First of all, they don't have the right clothes on. Second, they don't have extra blankets or extra warm clothes with them. They don't have no water, no extra food, and especially when it's cold, you need more calories because if you freezing, you burn a lot of calories, and what will happen then? You die quicker
Right.
because you need to replace the calories because you burn them so quick. And when you eat, your body temperature goes up 10%. And those 10% doesn't sound that much. But in that situation, those 10% you get from the calories in body heat will do a lot of things for you.
Right.
That
And
will
this
help.
right. And this goes back to the cashless society. When you have a system, think the cashless society has a girl in a miniskirt, and the old guy is the old system. I have gold, I have paper currency, and the girl in the miniskirt is like, I have a card. So, what do you think? Who's going to survive a financial freeze? The girl in the miniskirt in the car that's dead, or the old guy in a car that's dead in the middle of winter? Like, nope, I have my gold, and I have my cash, and I have a few other things. Am I right?
Yeah, that's the old man who survived.
Right. But like I said, folks, back to the cashless society, there's some things positive to it. It's a lot easier, it's a lot faster, it's more efficient. On crime, if you're a big crime, it's a positive thing. You could smuggle country into country. Why do we need to smuggle money? All we have to do is smuggle financial data. And you can't tell it because it's the perfect monetary operation. If I
Yeah,
got like $1 million of illegal loot, transfer that as a digital currency, and like I own a business in Sweden, so I could pump all my money into Sweden. You can't tax it because Ari paid the taxes on it. So what the Swedish authorities are going to do It's not like I'm coming to Sweden with $1 million of US bill soaked in cocaine. It's
No.
going to be kronids or crowns, and it's electronically transferred to the Swedish bank. I already paid the Swedish tax on it, and it's there for a Swedish investment. So if I make my money on arms dealing, drugs, white trafficking, you name it, fraud, whatever, they can't prove it because it's digital. It's like I'm not smuggling money into your country in suitcases.
Cashless society and rolling blackouts sounds like a recipe for disaster. I
True.
agree.
But like I tell a lot of people, if we have a rolling blackout, none of these cashless stores will operate. I don't think they could get out of the stores. The doors are electronically
Yeah,
locked during a blackout.
yeah,
It was more funnier in Japan. They had this cashless store and they had a blackout in that area. And
yeah.
all the people in the store nearly suffocated until somebody took a sledgehammer and broke the window. What happened was the door shut automatically, the
Yeah.
ventilation systems was electrically powered, and people were
Well,
starting to pass out until somebody realizes we're not getting fresh air in here.
I think we need to break a window.
Yeah, they did. And that saved a lot of people's lives. And the police came in and they rescued everybody and they put a policeman on the door. It's like no air, no breathe, no cash, no eat. It's
Exactly.
like also this they're trying to outwit inflation. Inflation is caused by two things: non-monetary, like a storm or a blackout, or bad trucking service. Like in America, some places you'll see eggs, flat of eggs for $20. Here it's like, how much are the eggs? Oh, it's $3.98. Why? Because they can't ship it to your location. Supply and demand. All right.
Yeah,
Second problem with inflation is your government like, yeah, we have a fiat system, so we can print all the money we can. Remember Germany? Remember Zimbabwe?
oh yeah, I remember Germany.
And Zimbabwe. I like to get a McDonald's meal, a cheeseburger and a large fries. Well, that's 12 trillion Zimbabwe dollars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. When Germany had the inflation, they some people get with wheelbarrows full of money, and
right. That's
I
the
believe it was a
Weimar
couple of trillion
marks.
Deutschmarks.
Because my grandfather has one of the Deutschmarks from the Weimar Republic. It's weird looking. It's square because people are saying you could use a Weimar Republic because toilet paper costs more than the damn stupid bills. And it's the same kind of square shape. You take a sheet of toilet paper, that was
Yeah,
the same consistency of the Weimar Republics during the 20s bill. So it's cheaper to wipe your butt with one of those things than buying a roll of toilet paper, which costs like 7,000 marks for a roll of
yeah,
toilet paper. And the people who made bank were the farmers and the upper class because they didn't deal with cash. They deal with, well, I write you this note. I'm good for it because I have gold. And the banks knew about it because they wouldn't trust the government's paper money because the government didn't have money. It didn't have gold. It didn't have silver. Like America, no silver and gold. If you walk in Fort Knox, it's empty. There's no gold in there. You can play handball. You can play
yeah,
tennis. Because I remember a few friends of mine who used to work down there in Kentucky where Fort Knox is, and they had a summer job of moving gold bars. It took them 2 months, but they paid well, and their families were in the military. Not a problem. It was filled to the brim. Now you go there. He's an old man living in Kentucky. They don't even have that many guards around Fort Knox because there's nothing in the vaults. It's completely like, Where's the gold? Probably in Russia or China, mostly in China.
Yeah.
And China has their own problems too.
Yeah, they have.
It's like because a lot of governments throughout the world are printing too much money. You have to make them stop doing that. And I
I
don't think
agree.
Sweden's on the bandwagon of printing paper kronings like crazy, are they?
No, not really.
No, because your financial minister is kind of smart. Our financial minister is like, okay, who let go of this nutcase? Because I'm not kidding, folks. People think it's money. We can print more of it. You can't print so much money. It's like counterfeit money. There's like four different categories. You have the North Korean U.S. bills, which is pretty good. You have the Chinese uh, counterfeit bills of America. They also counterfeit their own money, the yuan, and the yuan that's counterfeit is better than the Chinese money that the Chinese government gives out. People for this is a better bill because the yuan was like the government one was on printed poor paper, and if you take your finger and wet it, it would smear. So a lot of
Yeah.
people are using counterfeit money, and it's like, oh, it gets ridiculous at times with currencies. You have to be careful, and you have a backup system. Right now, if I was ever in United States government, I would go after the banking system. I would go after federal government. I'll probably end up dead within a couple of days.
Probably.
I just got a news flash. People are throwing useless money into grocers' faces and stealing the food. Grocers are now locking up the food behind glass doors and cages and has armed security. I think if you go to Bing or the other one of the other news sites like CNN, he shows a
Yeah.
guy with an assault rifle and standing in front of the dairy case. Isn't that nuts? You're
Yeah.
guarding milk and eggs. It's like that's the new currency, food. So I tell a lot of people before you do your financial stuff, saving up bills and coins and stuff, make sure you do like Jordan and me, have a food pantry. How's your food pantry doing?
Pretty good.
So we don't have to worry. We don't have to go to the store while they're like, don't shoot. I'm just buying a dozen eggs, or I'm getting some milk, or I'm getting a can of tomatoes, or vegetarian food. It's getting crazy. They're locking up baby food. They're locking up whatchamacallit, uh, beer, whiskey, wine. It's like, why didn't the old days when I would just get a six pack of beer or a case of beer and just buy it, put my money down, go home.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Give me your butter oil. Shoot. Yeah.
it's getting crazy, folks. So we have to tell our elected officials stop doing the stupid things because it's both parties. It doesn't matter. It's bipartisan. They don't have any idea on the economy. It's like Sweden. Sweden used to have a good economy. And then what happened when the socialists took over in 96?
Well, our GDP is still increasing for some reason.
Right. But that again, GDP, I work in the GDP office. All I have to do is take my green pen and we're doing good this year. Now you're on the street and like, how much kronens can I get a loaf of bread, uh, liter of milk? That's your GDP. That should tell you what's going
Yeah.
on.
Actually, I noticed a loaf of bread. It depends on which brand. I noticed that the bread has gone up in price. Um, for one specific brand, it cost around 40 crowns, and another brand cost 37, 35 crowns. So, and the most cheapest bread you could buy has gone up too. So
You have to be careful because there's a lot of food substitutions. In Sweden and America, it's like 2,000 substitutions they could do to lower the price. It's like they could use almond flour, pea flour, wood
yeah,
flour. Yeah, what do you call that? Cellulose. We take it from the pine tree, grind it up really fine, and put it in your bread. No difference, but just we're paying twice the price, and you're taking away wheat flour. Oh, we also took away the soybean flour, the cornmeal, the oat flour, and so you got this like made with 10% wheat flour, 60% cellulose, 2% acorn flour, 2% sunflower from the stalks, not the seed, folks. Grind it down. Don't feed it to the cows, but feed it to people. And then you have a cheaper, like it only costs you 12 kronings to buy this loaf of bread. And then you try to toast it and like, it's on fire. Why? Because there's no wheat in it. It's all wood.
that's why I have bread rising on my counter. I know what's in it. I
Yeah.
agree.
But like I said, you have to be careful. It's part of inflation. A lot of companies will like, oh, don't worry. What you're eating right now is kind of vegan. And you're looking at them, what do you mean kind of vegan? Well, it has other stuff in there. And you find out like, I don't want to eat this. This is not edible. It's not edible as animal food. It gets really weird when you like, what the hell is dextrose or sorbate something? And like, I thought it was vegan or vegetarian. And it's like, where's the real food? Like a tomato. And it's like, have some coloring and red dye number 4, some processed tomato something, another reevaluated form tomato skins. So you get like 10% of tomato and then 90% God knows what. Ever notice that tomato sauce only costs you? Hi, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
It
Good to see you.
tastes like tomatoes, but it isn't tomatoes. And then later at night, your stomach don't feel well.
Yeah.
So, like I said, folks, you got to make sure they run finances correctly in each country. The worst one was Japan until they assassinated the last prime minister, shot him in the back because he was doing too much a good a job. And now they got this person and like, okay, this sounds even worse than before. Because you can't let other countries decide what your economic program is. That's the big thing on the cashless society. If it's a cashless society, it's easier for a one world government, and then you're a smurf. Not smurf, surf. Sorry. Smurf
Yeah.
is those little blue Danish people.
Yeah.
But like I said, folks, build your pantries up. Make sure you have food and water. Make sure you have a little reserve cash supply at home, because this summer is going to be, it's going to get crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I think this year will be pretty tough.
Sweden, not as bad. America, Germany, half of Europe, because you got to remember, Sweden has resources. Rest of Europe doesn't. Norway
Yeah.
has resources. Finland has resources. That's why Finland got nervous with Russia. Russia has resources because the Chinese look at Central Asia, where half of Russia is, and like, can we call that Northern China? Just keep pushing our borders north. The Russian doesn't like it because, like, Mr. P, I can't say it because it'll get Jordan's stream in trouble. Mr. P, not P people
Call him
believing
Captain
that.
Phip.
Yeah, Boba Fett. But the trouble with Mr. P is he should have stopped it 6 months ago. Okay. He said, we reached our goals. We're only stopping here. You could do whatever you want and just go back home. But he didn't. He's trying to do Napoleon in reverse. And everybody who does that, this is like Afghanistan in the 80s. It's like, ooh,
Yeah, I
ooh.
remember Afghanistan in the 80s.
Right. It's like the bad thing when you get into areas with resource wars. Now, the next big thing for the 21st century is Africa. And all the old colonial powers are trying to weasel into Africa. Russia is doing a better job. America is same thing as Europe. Europe is like, oh, we're not coming back here to enslave all you people. Wrong. It's like Sweden didn't have any African countries, right?
No.
No. And but it gets weird, folks, when you think geopolitics. It gives me a headache, but I keep up to date with it. And like I said, the biggest, it's not going to be Europe. They're going to settle this in a few months because both sides are running out of money and both sides have committed atrocities so great. And also, Russia realizes that they're not technically advanced as us. But the bad thing about resource wars is like gas stoves. Gas stoves is cheap and efficient, but it's like Austria. Let's go electric, all electric stoves.
Cascading.
Yes, true.
Dominoes. When one thing happens, something causes another thing and another.
Right.
Yeah.
But right now we are in a resource wars, which is very pragmatic because if you don't have a resource war like Austria, whoops. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm like I said, my laptop's giving me problems, so I have to be careful every time I move or hit
Yeah.
something. It goes nuts. It's a big domino effect. Like Austria went from coal burning to gas burning to electric. Uh, electric, when you produce electric power, it only produces electric power. If you do fossil fuels, it branches off to a whole bunch of other stuff. And they say we could do wind and solar in Austria. Does that make sense to you, Jordan? It's like we have solar farms in Sweden, and you go look outside. It's kind of cloudy and it's snowy. Am I right?
Uh, we have. We don't have much solar. We have actually more windmills.
Yeah, but the problem with windmills is uh, it only produces electricity. You have to use fossil fuels to build the windmills, and you have to pick out an area where you have constant wind. Or, gee, the light just blinked. It means interrupted power. That means the windmill's not turning, right?
Yeah, some of them turn, but most of them don't.
Right. So you get interrupted power because a lot of people don't understand that. Solar wind only produces, as by math, 10% of a nation's power. So you only have like two possible choices. You have fossil fuels and you have nuclear power. And a lot of
Yeah,
people don't like nuclear power because, God, these people are idiots. But uh, those are the two power sources. Over 200 years of using these fossil fuel power sources. Remember what Sweden used to use for power source before electricity in the 1850s?
maybe coal.
Coal and wood.
Yeah,
That was it, folks. Coal and wood. Because the king in the 1850s in Sweden made sure they had a great forestry. Why? Because his castles were burning wood, wood,
yeah,
and he didn't like coal because it stinks and it had black smoke. He
yeah.
liked
Coal is dirty,
dirty.
very dirty.
Right. And he used to buy coal from Norway, okay, for the masses, and he uses wood because wood is nice and clean and white and fluffy, a smoke. Well, meanwhile, you're living in downtown Stockholm, like, okay, I'm burning coal.
Yeah, black smoke, more or
That always,
less.
yeah, that always cracks me up because at one point they had uh, Norway and Sweden together because of a weird marriage arrangement between the royals in Norway and the royals in Sweden. Nobody cared about Finland. That was Russia's problem. But
Yeah,
yeah, because the big two factors in the 1850s was the Swedish family and the royal family, the Norway family, and then by the 1860s they kind of split apart because the governments didn't like each other, and then I think one cousin insulted the Norway cousin, and the Norway cousin married an Austrian Hungarian lineage. I can't remember. You guys got a weird royal family set up in both countries. And
yeah.
then Sweden married the German guy or German, was it a prince or princess? I think it was a princess, wasn't it? This is before Germany became Germany. It was one of the weird duchies or something.
I know one thing. Uh, One of Napoleon's generals, best generals, his name was Bernadotte.
Right.
Yeah, and we at the time we didn't had a king at the time, so the government we had back then they sent a envoy to France, try to find some suitable guy to be your next king. So they talked to the General Bernadotte and asked him if he wanted to come to Sweden and be our king. First, he said no, but after and the envoy pushed, keep pushing and pushing. So after a while, he said, "Yeah, okay, yes, I accept." And okay, I packed my stuff, and he just went. And since then, the family Bernadotte has been
Right.
on the throne.
But the Benenots is not French. I don't think they're
They,
French because he's a lesser noble. I think he's like either Austrian or German because I don't think
well,
there's Benenots in Holland or in Denmark.
uh,
Is he French?
um,
Because at that time, most of the French nobles got their head cuts off.
yeah. Um,
And Benenoc doesn't sound French, does it?
uh,
It could be Polish.
uh, the general was his name was Jean Baptiste Bernadotte.
Right. The first two parts is French. Second, last part, his last name doesn't sound French.
Bernadotte is a family who comes from the Pyrenean mountain Bern.
Okay, he's Spanish because it's a Pyrenees. It's either France or Spain, and at that time, Spain was fighting against France, and France was fighting against Spain. So it's like he could have been a lesser noble from Spain.
Yeah.
It sounds like Carlos's family.
Uh, Jean Baptiste was Marshal of France, um, Prince of Pontecorvo.
Okay, that means he's a lesser noble. Ponte Noble is, can't remember where that's located. It's a duchy. I don't know if it's Spain. Let's see. It's like Luxembourg. You get these weird little duchies. And Ponte Noble ended in like 1870. It's like a weird, the Spanish and French Alps got these little weird countries. They
Yeah,
pop up, and then next duchy's like, no, we're a republic. But
I
yeah, you
agree,
probably got
Hugo.
Spanish lineage in your what you may call it, because Carlos is hooked up to the Swedish monarchy, so that explains it. King Carlos of Spain.
We can check.
This was happened, folks, when you have try to do world peace in the 19th and 18th centuries. You marry off. She's good looking, Napoleon.
Um, Juan Carlos, the
Yep.
first of Spain, is a member of the Spanish royal family.
Who's he related to?
Well, I'm gonna see here. Let's see. Carlos was born in Italy, Rome. His wife was Sophia of Greece.
Right.
Children: Philip the Sixth of Spain, Christina of Spain, Elena of Spain. Oh, jeez.
I know it gets confusing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think either it's the Norway faction. Let's see. It's the Norway faction, the Swedish faction, the Denmark, Netherlands, or England. But the Englands are close to Germany, and Germany is close to Austria-Hungary. You want a headache? You try Polish history. That gives you a bigger headache.
Yeah, the Polish history, yeah.
Yeah, that Bob has a good point because
Hey, Bob.
if you look at the map from like the 1840s, before the massive European revolutions in the 40s, where Napoleonism and then socialism got their big start. Sorry, I got to take a blood test.
Well, that's okay. Your blood sugar?
Yeah, it's going too low. I got to eat. So I catch you guys later. Remember, on a cashless society, you have to be very careful. It's good in urban areas if you have a constant good system, but if it's a fiat system, you're waning trouble. And also, you need a backup. I'll catch you later. Thank you, Jordan.
I'll catch you later. Thanks for joining me up here, Al. Well, Uncle Al has a lot of things to say. Look into the Habsburgs. That name sounds familiar. I have to check. I have to check the Habsburgs later. So, but the name sounds familiar to me. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are related. I agree with you about that, Bob. So that will be a problem when the royal families are related to each other. To get, if they get kids, that will be a problem when they are going to be married. But anyway, um, I will go back to what Hugo said. If you don't know history, you are doomed to repeat it. Yeah, that is so true. So true, my friends. People has a tendency to repeat things when they didn't learn anything from the history. So they repeat it in a more modern way or a similar way. I think that will be. I think we will be more vulnerable the more high tech we get. Um, I think we will get more vulnerable that way. So sometimes low tech is better than high tech. Um, but of course, we need to evolve. But I don't mind to have technology, but you need to use it correctly on a proper way. I agree, Bob. Low tech always works. High tech has a tendency to fail. High tech can crash. It's high tech is not that reliable, especially when we talk about cash and things. When they want to make everything more digital, that makes us more and more vulnerable. The more high tech or more technology we put in more advanced technology, the more vulnerable. Sometimes, why couldn't we stick with low tech? In the old fashioned way to use cash, physical cash. Low tech always works. In aviation, fly-by-cable control always works. Fly-by-wire computer controls failed a lot in the early days. Yeah, yeah, it failed. And today, most airplanes today have so many computers built into them, so that if that system fails, you can't even fly that plane. Um, well, the technology makes everything easier. If they go cashless in the early stages, we'll have a lot of failure. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you about that, Bob. So that is the problem, because the politicians makes the decisions. Especially when it comes to on how we are gonna pay for things, if we're gonna go for a cashless system or not. I know you are, Nicole. So it's hard to for us as a regular person, um, to just go to the government and tell them, hey, you need a backup system. This is not good. You want us to be cashless, but where is your backup system? You should have one. And they will probably say, no, we don't have a backup system because it won't be needed. Oh, yeah. But that's at least what I think they would say. It's nothing of what I know, but you never know with the government. A cashless system is not foolproof. It's not foolproof. It has its weaknesses, especially if something happens. If if something crash, If the system crash, well, you can't do anything. So, again, it's important to have a backup. If government don't want to have a backup system, in a cashless system, you can bet the politicians and corporate board members will have a backup system for them. Yeah, for them, yeah. For them, yeah, they will have probably a very good backup system. But for the rest of us, we will not have any unless we make sure that we have a backup. Congrats, Nicole, in advance. So, silver is a good way to have a backup. And the other way is to put away some physical cash at home so you have some extra. Yeah, skills and cash ready. That is a good point, Bob. That is a really good point. Skills and cash. With skills and cash, you can get far with that. Skills is something nobody can take away from you, so. But you need to maintain your skills. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. Welding is a good skill to have. And carpentry is always also a good skill to have. To be a mechanic is also a good skill. And grow your food is also another great skill. Because food is something we all need. And buttering is another good skill. That is something you need to practice. Yeah, yeah, cooking is a great skill. Selling prepared meals can sustain yourself. I see it overseas. Yeah, um, yeah, that is a really good skill, especially if you are really good at it. If you're really good at cooking, and you can earn a lot of things on a good meal. Happy Saturday, Nicole. I'm happy that I learned to cook when I was 4 years old, and I made my first meal when I was 5. And now I'm 51, so you can do the math. That's a long time. Many years to cook. But it's something I like to do, especially when you have time for it. So that is an important skill to learn. Many kids or teens these days, don't know how to cook. And that is a really sad thing. Because you learn that in school to how to cook, but for some reason there are teenagers who don't know how to cook. Overseas, they call it point food prepared in the home and displayed outside in the aluminum serving trays. Customers walk up and point, and they are served a meal. Okay, that seems to work pretty good. I guess that is a good way to get your food, or get a good meal at least. Yeah, thanks for the tip, Bob. I will put that, take it that note, take that, write it down. Yeah, yeah, you can. I believe back in the 1800s and back when the hobos, yes, well, they trade work for food. So it's good that you have slept good. A good night's sleep do great for you. You get well rested. Yeah, you can. That is another excellent idea. Or you can build something for food. Quiet listener. Hey, Victoria, good to see you, ma'am. Hope I see you all at my birthday on the 18th. I have a thumbnail up. Okay, thanks for the reminder, Victoria. I'm gonna check that up. That is why I encourage people to travel and learn as much as possible. Yeah, I agree, and that's a good idea. If you have the possibility and opportunity and the cash to do so. How are you doing, Victoria? Victoria, I put the notification on for your upcoming birthday stream, my friend, so I don't forget it. So now I have that reminder up. Well, I'm doing good, Victoria. You are most welcome Okay, Bob. Take care, stay safe, and God bless, my friend. 18th. Okay. That's Wednesday. Perfect. It was. So, let's see now at 10 p.m. January 18th at 10 p.m. I hope it's 10 p.m. my time. Um, I might join you on the stream for a short time for just for you, Victoria. So, how has your week been, Victoria? I hope your week has been good. Yeah, I know you're still here, Nicole. So, what are you going to have for lunch or dinner? My time is 11:44 at the moment. So it's still Saturday evening. So January 18th is a Wednesday. been dealing with my sick lab for a baby dog for over a month, and he just got better. But that's awesome. But he's really awesome, my friend. Hey, B Savage. Yeah, welcome, B Savage. Yeah, almost a cashless society now. Yeah, I guess it begins to spread all over the world. Hang on there, guys. Okay, Victoria. Yeah. Guys, I have to take a bathroom break. I'll be back, so hang on there. Thanks, guys, for hanging on, by the way. I appreciate that. Matter of fact, I have to feed and give him his meds, but I'll be letting you pull it up back before you end. Yeah, that's okay. Well, he needs his meds, so that's important to give your fur baby his meds. Yeah, I believe you have noticed that it is less use of cash where you are too, I guess. I heard from Bob that they use less cash where he in his area, so I believe it has spread to your area too, Be Savage. But I don't think that is the most brilliant idea. Well, it makes things easier in some ways, and in other words, it doesn't. Because if you get rid of one problem, it creates another. Yeah, hex wrenches might end up being more valuable than money. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet they will be more valuable. Hex wrenches are very useful too. I agree, B Savage. It's a form of control. And B Savage, I have four links to different websites. You can take a look at them if you want to. So, yeah, I think it's a way to control people, especially for the government to keep track on what people has on their bank accounts. Yeah, I agree, B Savage. Good steel. Good steel is valuable. As copper. Hex wrenches. I wonder if I have them. Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, I have those. You can have too few of those hex wrenches. And you always seem to lose someone. Some of them. So when you get new hex wrenches, after a while you lose them. Yeah, I got a lot of snow. I actually made um uploaded a short video um, a couple of days ago. Um, it was in the beginning of this week, and it's about all the snow we got that day. Not that day. It was snowing that day when I made the shorts. But it's still a lot of snow here. Yeah, and I got the title of the short is Sweden Gets More Snow. That is the title of the short I uploaded earlier this week. I don't even remember which day I uploaded it. Let's find out. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, I uploaded that one January 10th, so that is pretty fresh. Well, it will keep going for a while. Uh, well, yeah, when the yeah, in April we usually the temperature begin to get up, go up, back up on the plus side again. It gets warmer, so usually at the end of March, beginning of April, um, it begins to get a little bit warmer in March. So in April, at the end of April, most of the snow will be gone. You can see some snow that will be left in April, but it's not much left. So, so we probably can have some more snow in February, probably. It depends on the weather. Last frost here in Midwest US is April 26th this year. Okay. And I live in the northern parts of the country, so uh, the snow be will be still on the ground for a longer period of time. So okay, Nicole. Uh, Usually April 30th, we usually have some spots of snow left. Okay, Nicole, that's good. Yeah, yeah, B7. The elevation plays a part too. Yeah, it does. So in the northern parts of the country, the snow is still on the ground a little bit longer than it's uh, compared to the south of the country, southern parts of the country. So, but I like to have. I love the snow. It's nice. So let's. So I don't know how fast the snow will melt this year, but we get exceptionally nearly a, a lot of snow this year. Normally, we usually get a lot of snow up here, but some years we didn't have this much as we got to do this year. Yeah, please do be savage. Please do. And thanks for stopping by, be savage. I appreciate that. It's good to see you again, as always. Actually, it's good to see all of you again. It's always nice. And take care, be savage. Stay safe and God bless. And stay prepared. Yeah, it is nice. It is nice, Nicole. It is. Hey, Shift Kicker. Good to see you again. And welcome back, by the way. My joints are a little bit stiff in my fingers, so they lock. So I need to crack them. Anyways, I was thinking about I probably need to wrap things up soon. Yeah, you said that, Nicole. Um, Happy birthday, Nicole, in advance. Guys, I think I'm gonna wrap things up. I need to try to get in bed a little bit earlier today, so I have things to do tomorrow. So, and I don't want to sleep too long for tomorrow. Don't want to sleep the whole day away. Waste the whole day by sleeping. Uh, yeah, and thanks guys for stopping by, and I appreciate that. And hey, Leonard, I'm going to wrap things up today now, my friend. So, um, I don't want to waste the Sunday, so I need to end the stream now. But I'll see you later, guys, and take care, stay safe, and God bless. And I appreciate that you stopping by and hang on. And I will see you in the next one. You're very welcome, Huga. Bye. Take care, stay safe, and God bless. And I'm out.